Monday. I'm Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish, make sure again, if you're participating in that giveaway, I wish you a lot of luck in participating in that as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, we're going to be doing a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin, first and foremost, most important question, scale of 1 to 10. How are you doing today? There are no wrong answers. We are going through the apex of this eclipse season. Most things are in retrograde right now. This can sometimes create frustrations, confusion. It can create timing issues. I like to describe it. It's like, it feels a lot like it's like energetic traffic jam energy, where it just feels like a lot of things are happening all at once. I want you making sure that you're navigating this energy, not being too hard on the self, working with a sense of purpose and perseverance. Also, and this is the most important thing right now, I want you making sure that you're doing a lot of work in relationality to calibrating the feelings, because I'm going to tell you right now, with all of the planets that are currently in retrograde, the issue, and Mercury, I mean, fortunately, Mercury is going to be coming out of retrograde very shortly, which is not, it's like, the thing about it though is like, this is not the issues we're experiencing right now in this retrograde cycle have very little to do with Mercury in retrograde. I actually feel like it's going to sound a little bit odd, but I feel like Mercury retrograding in Sagittarius can actually allow for the ability to like put processes behind things that one is often like playing catch up upon. Like there's a little bit of that ability of kind of being able to find pacing through frustration that we often see when Mercury is navigating a retrograde cycle in Sag. Because often when like Mercury's in Sag, it's like, because Sag is also fast energy, so it's like fast. It actually like, it's like one of those things, like if you were going to ask me where you would like Mercury, like I feel the same way when Mercury's in Leo. It can kind of create that modality or that experience by which we can allow the space by which we pace ourselves. The thing that I'm more concerned about right now has much more to do with the fact that we currently see that Jupiter is going through a retrograde period in Cancer. And the thing about that we have to be really, really mindful about is it can create a lot of hypersensitivity around things that are not necessarily like things that would typically not feel like a big deal. When we are going through Jupiter energy in retrograde in Cancer, it's very, very easy to over internalize or to potentially take things personally. To add to that is the fact that we also have Chiron and Eris in such close proximity. So it's kind of, it can sometimes create that feeling of something that potentially triggers the self, something coincidental. I'm just going to kind of walk you guys through it because I've been seeing this type of stuff for months right now. Something coincidental that feels like it's very targeted towards the self. And then you've got, again, the Jupiter in Cancer, which can create a lot of volatility in the space of the feelings. This is not the energy to be snapping, is the kind of thing I want to describe. And that's not to say, I need to stress this, that's not to say that there isn't the ability to communicate if something isn't energetically okay, right? And the way that we effectively portion out that is we continue to do the work in making sure that we're doing the heavy lifting, in making sure that we're trying to filter through our emotions. And what do we effectively do when we are filtering through our emotions? It's understanding that not to, and this is like all I keep on getting with this retrograde cycle, not all emotions are alike. Just the fact that we have them, right? Just the fact that we have them and we make them another like, because what happens when you have emotions, but you haven't done the work of refining the emotions in the self? It's the modality by which you feel like you have to make your emotions everybody else's problem. And we don't do that when we're in a healthy space. It's the space by which we run, like we run the emotions up and down the ladder of the self. We check how we feel about things. We allow for that possibility or that anticipation of working through the energetic frustration that allows us to come onto the other side of being able to have productive conversations on things. If I'm saying that, if I'm even saying that and that frustrates you, like like welcome to the energy that is this retrograde. It's like you can, it's like when you it's, and I need to point this out, like this is often what happens with retrograde cycles. It can feel like you can hear a pin drop, right? And especially it's hard, and particularly when you're doing that work, like where is particularly when you're doing that work in the context of the retrograde, because sometimes it can feel like that frustration point can almost feel like really, really aggravating. So this is having a different impact too, depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. The thing about it, and I just need to point this out, for a lot of the energy and separation, and I know this is going to sound wild, but I'm not surprised. Like, honestly, I'm not surprised about it, given the fact that like these moon relationships that we see that are coming together right now are working through so much stuff. I feel like the moon partnerships, and these are the relationships that have been coming together since the time of Uranus stationing retrograde, right before that eclipse cycle that we had a few months ago up until now. They're finally, like, it feels like it's finally reaching modalities of the talking phase. And if you're like looking at me right now and you're like, your jaw's dropped in that, right? Being like, what are you talking about? These relationships have been around for they've been coming together for a long time. It's like, yeah, and it took me a while to kind of parse through what was going on there as I was reading into them, because I keep on seeing these energies that are like skirting the edges of each other. But like the reason is because they're effectively healing from pedestalized partnerships. And pedestalized partnerships can be very energetically difficult because they create that modality by which we feel like we can't do anything right. Right? They're working through the context of having to heal from situations or circumstances where like they feel like they can't move. Like it's like they're just like this. And that's often indicative of being in a pedestalized partnership, because it's a continuation of the lesson of understanding that when we're in healthy relationship, we don't pin potential on each other, right? We don't put the potentiality of the relationship. We don't pin the potential on the person in relationship, rather on the direction by which the relationship is moving. Right. And so for a lot of the energy doing that work, working through those challenges, working through those experiences, healing from situations and circumstances wherein they felt like they were afraid to move because it felt like nothing they could do was correct. Simply, and that's why I keep on getting, it feels like a very like emotionally overwhelming time right now, because the modality and the experience by which another person is just navigating the fact that there's the space by which they can kind of like work on something or do something in a way that they haven't before, and another person is just in a space by being like helping another person through that, they're reframing and relearning, and in the space by which they're able to do that, that in itself feels like they feel overjoyed. I almost see like a lot of this energy feeling like they're moving through into a point of celebration, just because they're finally feeling comfortable to be able to talk. It's like they're learning how to breathe again. But it's hard, and that's why I keep on getting, it's potentially there's a lot of emotions that are kind of moving through those experiences. And the reason that we see a lot of those emotions rising up in those experiences has to do with the fact that this is like, and I feel like they're finally in the space by which they're being able to talk about something that they went through in the past to try to create clarity in terms of what new connection is experiencing. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships, and that's what I meant. These were like completely different. They could not have been more different in the modality of coming together. Though these moon relationships have been trepidatious with each other for months now. The temperance relationships, which are coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the time of the solstice period that we experienced this summer, they were fortified, man. They found each other and they just kept going. Like there was like they hit the ground running. Like they immediately identified and they found upon what they were looking for, and they just continued forward in this way. They're going through a difficulty point right now due to the fact that we recognize that, given the fact that they're coming into divine union, and Chiron and Eris were in such close proximity to each other, they're working through the experience where they're coming to learn more about the past of counterpart. And this wasn't a modality by which they were trying to keep it from one another, but simply from the space by which they healed from something, and they weren't necessarily inclined to talk about it. They didn't feel like they had to rehash it, but they're bringing it forward right now because in the process of learning about one another, they're coming to understand more about what they energetically experienced. And I keep on getting that observational point in learning more about one another. It's hard because they're discovering that something that they consider a violation in the past of counterpart sits directly on one of their trauma triggers, because trauma builds triggers in weird places. And that ability of experiencing that and going through the volatility of it, feeling the indulgence and how good it would feel to do something about something in counterparts past, but also realizing that it would be an indulgence because it would potentially damage the healing journey of the counterpart in the present. They've been going through a Neptune lesson. And we see that a lot of those relationships are building into sanctifying the relationship. They're prioritizing the healing journey. They're taking a lot of that frustration and they're channeling it into positive work. Right? Understanding that the way that we heal trauma is not to go marching back into it, but to build the present in a context by which something could never occur again. But we see even now that for a lot of the energy doing that work or working through that in that extent, it's frustrating. It's something that feels like it's energetically like, enervating to a certain extent. But the space by which they're almost, I keep on seeing, they're almost like building into the context while they're almost, and I was joking about this because the caveat that we are effectively seeing right now in a lot of these circumstances or in a lot of these relationships is being amplified by the fact that they're almost speaking to each other about the fact that they're finding each other in a healed state. They're almost elaborating on what the past version of self would have done in a circumstance or situation. And that ability, I keep on hearing like that ability of effectively almost articulating upon the fact that they're doing something that they know is good for the self, but they're almost like articulating the fact that they're doing it for counterpart. We keep on seeing there's a lot of healing that's occurring in those modalities, but it's almost like there's almost like a bit of there's a bit of there's a little bit of like there's a little bit of it's a beautiful counterpoint to the negative aspect of saying that we're doing something for another person, right? It's like the conversation that we see between the energy and separation that's healing from energy that may have said, I'm only doing this for you in a negative way, versus somebody saying, I'm doing this for you in a positive way, in a way that feels like it's like it's almost like the energy of them like articulating all the joy that they're finding within the self for the sake of the counterpart. Now, for the energy that's deep within divine union right now, a lot of the work that we see that's occurring right now for the energy deep within divine union, I just keep on getting that these are the magician relationships. And these magician relationships were the relationships that were coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. And for a lot of these relationships, they're going through a maturation process. It's not easy. There's a lot of frustration there. There's a lot of work that we see that they're doing in relationality to working through the observation that they've never felt more centered in partnership. They've never been going through something that felt more healthy. But that's why it can be really painful when we're going through processes by which we recognize what is healthy for us and we see energy behaving bizarrely outside of relationship. This is often what we experience that articulates the fact that they're going through that maturation. They're navigating through. And because I was even seeing that Saturn slipping back into Pisces almost triggered a pseudo Saturn return for a lot of this energy. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, they're finding composure. They're navigating situations with a sense of composure, and they're articulating upon the fact that they understand that if they're leaving themselves in the position by which they're welcoming a healthy conversation, but they also understand that one does not chase after a healthy conversation because that makes it an unhealthy confrontation. We see that a lot of these relationships are working through the modality or the experience by which they're having they're having breakthroughs in relationality to recognizing stored trauma. But I keep on getting it's not easy, it's painful. There's a lot of feelings that are coming up, but I keep on getting the feelings that are coming up in these retrograde cycles. They're the feelings that are coming up. They're allowing the possibility to heal something in a way better than they ever have before. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also like to invite you to join me over on the stack if you're interested in participating in our Tarot Church classes. Our next class will be held on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Sun card. A focus on the Judgment card. We just had our Sun class, and if you're interested in becoming a part, if you'd like to still catch that class, you can. Your monthly subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into those classes, and as a monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you an update on everything we've experienced prior to beginning those classes, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. It's a great time to join if you want to catch up. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have full access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. You'll also have access to the option of receiving a personal mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in article form bi-monthly. I also would like to take this time to invite you to our first retreat experience, which will be happening this August. You can find more information about that. We're going to be doing a deep dive into the history of the tarot in Italy. We'll be exploring the connection point to the cards being discovered in Italy and the space by which Italy made and allowed for a cradle by which the cards could find a foothold, to understand the mytho-symbolic structure of the cards that are often interpreted and found in the work that we see in relationality to the history and culture of both the practice of religion and mythology in that culture. And all you need to do if you're interested in learning more about that retreat is head over to my stack and head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are you doing today, Make and B Phoenix? Welcome today. Grand Rising Ivana, how are you doing as well? User 306. Alexandra, might be a good time to do a mind, body, spirit reading if that's the case. But I know this type of energy right now, I will reaffirm, it can like create that feeling of like crawling out of your skin. Like it can create a lot of that energy, particularly like Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde. That can create a lot of that, like, I'm going to get it like the combination of Mercury being in retrograde with like Jupiter in retrograde it's like wanting to do something and trying to figure out what one wants to do. Thank you for getting on the list today, dear. You're the first person we'll be reading for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, you'll be the second person read for. How are you doing? Grand Rising, Julia. Not me snapping. Oh no, Bridget. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was late on the message. Again, listen, and here's the thing about it. It's not the fact, I feel like it's not the fact that you can't energetically be corrective, right? Like the space by which one like feels the need to snap versus like working through. Like I keep wondering the word that one should use to calibrate in terms of any snappiness is the word unreasonable. If someone's being energetically unreasonable, then that in itself allows for the context by which we can recognize and understand what it is that we're trying to do in a better fashion. Grand Rising, good vibes. Good to see you today. And good to see you as well, Avatar. Sending you so much support on that journey, user 306. I hope you're in a safe space. Yes, you can absolutely get on the list today, Alexandra. And Bridget, thank you so much for those gifts. Thank you as well, Adam. Thank you as well, Channeling. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you as well, Ruby. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's collective read. We're going to be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary spiritual update today. I feel like it's a good time, like especially with this retrograde, I feel like it's really kind of good for us to continue to go back and forth, especially because I'll just be honest about this. You know, one of the things that we've been experiencing, particularly with doing the daily collective, is there's a lot of slowness that we're identifying that's happening right now in the changes of the energy working through the frequency cycles. So I think it's a really nice time for us to kind of do those like alternating deep dives of exploration between what's going on energetically, like within the self versus also what's happening through relationship. So we're going to be doing that. But before we begin, I do have to get the decks out that we're going to be using. So just bear with me a minute. Bum, bum, bum. Yep. And we're going to be using this. Yep, for masculine, and we're going to be using this for feminine today. Perfect. All right, and before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. And just a reminder to anybody joining us today, if you'd like to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure as well, hold on a moment. Make sure if you're participating in that giveaway too, I wish you a lot of luck. For those who are interested in getting on the list, we do here Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. We are also, if you are interested, if you are a super fan who would like to be added to our subscriber only disco channel, go ahead and message me a disco gift. If you are interested in receiving a special coupon code to the class program that I mentioned, you can find one specifically during this live. Message me the word class. And if you would like more information about the trip that we have scheduled for August, go ahead and message me the word trip. Thank you so much, Jen V, for the follow. And as I mentioned before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. How are you doing? Thank you so much. I appreciate you channeling. Thank you for being here. Make sure to give channeling some love. An excellent reader as well. All right, before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely beautiful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. That said, and if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to be here to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, November 24th, 2024. We'll be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update today. We're going to be starting with head, heart space, and unconscious spaces of all three. First, we're going to be starting with masculine energy. We are using the Circe Tarot deck to be able to read into masculine. Headspace, immediately, as soon as we started drawing these cards, immediately first card that we're coming out with is the Queen of Wands in its upright. Now, this is very intriguing and important, given the fact that even when I drew these cards, the other two cards are face down. So it's interesting because the last time that we did this reading, there was a lot of focus, and there were absolutely no, there were almost no feminine energy cards in the masculine reading. A lot of the reading that we saw that was coming through in those cards had to do with masculine working through frustration towards other masculine energy. It was giving us a lot of the modality of masculine. I keep wondering, healed masculine being frustrated upon the fact that unhealed energy of masculine often makes it harder for masculine energy to build into healthy relationship, because it's a space by which I keep on seeing when energy has their guard up, it doesn't allow for conversation. When energy is working through a space of being trepidatious, there's no modality or experience by which masculine feels like they can energetically connect. And it's a lot of empathy that we potentially see that's happening right now in the modality of masculine thinking upon the energy of feminine, because we see even now that this is the masculine that's working through the concept or the understanding of building into the space of communication. So we see, like, this is, I almost get like there's a lot of thought processes that are occurring in those modalities and experiences. And a lot of them are based upon and built upon the way that they energetically communicate. Continuing to get the other cards in the spread right now, we've got the Two of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with the Six of Pentacles in its reversal. And this is, again, I feel like this is also a lot of the masculine energy feeling the energetic weight of the retrograde cycle. Because the thing about it is, and I need to just describe this, the best way I can put this into words is how do I describe this best? When Jupiter is retrograding in Cancer, it can create a lot of feelings of working through solitude, right? It's a lot of that energy of contemplation. Now, that can be really beautiful. Like, that can be a very solemn place, right? Like that quietude that we often hear in the retrograde cycles can build upon solemnity, but only, and I repeat, only if we're doing the work to hold ourselves sacred, right? When we're building into a space by which we hold ourselves sacred and we navigate quietude, we often experience that as solemnity. We find a lot of energetic peace in it. But when we're healing from trauma, right, and we feel like there's quietude, and this is a big hurdle for those who are working through healing from past traumatic cycles. It can often feel like it triggers us, or it creates a lot of hyper intensity within us, right? Because it's like the energy by which you can hear a pin drop. And the problem with trauma is trauma almost makes you immediately feel a trepidation when you navigate solemn energy, because it's the space by which you're not used to it, right? It can sometimes create that anxiety within the self. So I feel like this is a lot of the masculine energy that is working through the context of understanding and healing their own relationship to solemnity, right? Like working, like this is what we talk about when we speak about finding inner peace, because the ability for us to feel proportional in navigating solemnity allows us to build into the context is equally proportional to how sacred we feel about ourselves. But it's really hard, right? Because trauma often does not create the space by which we hold ourselves sacredly, right? It's often the space by which we feel energetically desecrated, or we feel like we've been hurt before. So the hard part with energy like this, and I just need to point this out for any of the masculines that are experiencing this, I wouldn't be surprised if you say that you're working through the space by which you're trying to do something differently, and at the same time feeling the weight of a lot of past trauma rising back up to the surface, right? It's like it's like that is literally the energy that we're experiencing during this eclipse cycle. So if you're going through that, I just want you to recognize and identify, and I want you to like I don't, and that's why I keep on saying, like, do not match energy right now. Please, please, please do not be matching energy, because the thing about it is, and I like to point this out, trauma, like trauma wants to fill silence with bad things. Okay? Like trauma always wants to fill silence with bad things. But when we're working into a space that we're holding compassion for ourselves, then that is the compassion by which we're able to create something that feels like it is better, right? It's working through, right? This is how we heal. It's like it's not repeating energetic negative bad cycles, but almost coming into the space by which we're able to work through something and see different possibilities that open up before us. So I do like this, because this is almost saying to me that there's a lot of the masculine energy right now that is taking new approaches to their own insecurities, is what I keep on hearing. It's like it's the life-changing power of potentially assuming everything is fine, is what I keep on hearing. Now, let's get into feminine energy right now. And for feminine energy, we'll be reading with the Tarot of the Divine deck. I've already got two of the feminine energies cards that are on the table. Bottom of the deck, a lot of soul searching right now for feminine energy. Can I get one more card, please? What do we got here? We got the Nine of Cups. We got the Fool card. And we've got the Eight of Swords. It's true. That Eight of Swords, man. What's up with that Eight of Swords? Here's the thing. Like, this is what I keep on seeing for a lot of the feminine energy right now. And I got to tell you, I'll tell you right now, feminine and right now, building into the two, like feminine and masculine energy right now, there's a lot of energetic alignment that we're potentially seeing right now in spaces of that. But the thing that we're kind of observing is like, it's giving me like, this is giving me like a lot, like this is a lot of the feminine energy just having to like kind of pull themselves up by their own emotional bootstraps, is what I keep on seeing. Like there's a lot of like it's actually, it's interesting. Has Taurus moved in? Yeah, Taurus has moved back into Uranus. And the thing, here's the thing about it. Whenever Taurus is in Uranus, it's like all I hear is like, fine, I'll do it myself. Kind of, it creates that space by which it's self-starting kind of energy. Like that's the thing about it. It's just like, and that's the thing I often need to point out with retrograde, because the thing about retrogrades is everybody is working through the energetic frustration point of feeling like there's a lot to do. Like the funny part about, like, I would not be surprised if you told me right now that you're navigating a retrograde where you feel simultaneously like nothing is happening and everything must get done. Okay, like nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Everything must get done. And so again, for a lot of the feminine energy kind of working into that context, or being able to do something in a way that almost allows for the amplification or the articulation in terms of identifying and recognizing like what it is that they're working to do. I feel like this is a lot of the feminine energy also taking dynamic approaches to things. And I keep on getting like the thing about it, it's I'm gonna have to like pull for it more. I'm gonna pull for it more when we do the daily collective tomorrow. But I keep on getting like the thing about this retrograde is it's a very dynamic retrograde cycle, which is why I keep on saying, if please, please, please don't tell me that you're going through this retrograde and just letting your frustration get the best of you. Because y'all tell you right now, you can spend this whole retrograde spinning out over your frustration. But I'm gonna tell you, like the problem with spinning out on frustration, like during retrograde cycles, like the ones that we're experiencing, is making sure that the frustration isn't based off of assumption. Because I'll tell you right now, right? Like that's what I mean, like that's what I mean in relationality to kind of working through the context of a lot of this energy. It requires a sense of pragmatism. That's what I keep on getting. Now let's read into the non-binary energy. I'm using the Aquarian Tarot Italian version. We've got 3 cards here in the headspace. Ace of Cups in its reversal. Ace of Pentacles in its upright. And the seven of swords in its reversal. And so for a lot of like the thing that I keep on, and like this is like, talk about pragmatism. Like this is what we're talking about right now in relationality to pragmatism, because all of the energy, I do appreciate this, all of the energy right now is in alignment in relationality to taking pragmatic approaches to things. And I keep on seeing the thing that I keep on reading for with a lot of non-binary energy right now is working through the frustration or the need of feeling exhausted in terms of having to over explain things. You know, like it's like I feel like there's this idea, like there's almost like this energy that has some kind of profound desire to skip ahead on things. But I keep on getting the reason that they energetically want to skip ahead is because I feel like there's a lot of that energy that is healing from circumstances or situations by which they feel like another person utilizes their energetic uniqueness to work out their own issues, is what I keep on getting. So there's a lot of like I keep on getting like there's almost like a little bit of this energy that is working through modalities or experiences by which they're almost articulating to counterpart the fact that we have to be each other's own centrifuge. And what does it mean about being one's own centrifuge, which is the space by which when we are in healthy relationship, we don't orbit, like I keep on hearing, we orbit around each other in the best way possible, which is the space by which we don't look towards each other. Like I keep wondering, like we don't look towards each other for energetic guidance, but we articulate upon what that direction is in a unified way in the space by which we communicate upon it. So I feel like again, there's a lot of like the one thing I will point out, and this is very much, this is exactly why I wanted to start bringing back. This is exactly why I wanted to start bringing back these readings right now, because I keep on getting, there's a lot of stuff that's happening right now, even though it doesn't feel like things are happening. And it's happening right now in the headspace. It's like, it's idea energy. All right, let's continue right now. Let's go into the heart space of the energies. So heart space of the masculine, again, card flying out. I feel like that one needs to be in the center. Can I get 2 more again? Not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Yep. We've got the Queen of Swords. Okay, we got the Queen of Swords in its upright, the 7 of Cups in its upright, and the Justice card in its reversal. And so here's the thing. Here's the thing that we see that's happening right now for masculine energy in relationality to healing relationship with counterpart. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working to heal relationality with counterpart right now, I keep on seeing that it's working. I keep on hearing it's a conversation in relationality to what energetic strength feels like, is what I keep on seeing. And for a lot of this energy, We're just moving through the modality or the observation of being able to articulate and define. And I keep on, and the thing about it is it feels very, very protective. It feels very, very protective towards feminine energy, is what I keep on seeing. It's like I keep on seeing that it's like it's masculine energy, and this is a continuation on what we were reading into in the last in the last reading around the energetic cycles. We were talking about the fact that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that observational point of effectively, like I just keep on seeing, like calibrating for something in a way that they're effectively identifying and articulating like what chivalry means. And I keep on getting chivalry, like chivalry isn't the space, like chivalry isn't the space by which we identify and we articulate and we pull things to get we like I keep on getting chivalry and heraldry are different modalities, is what I keep on hearing. And heraldry is the space by which another person makes way for something. It's the space by which it's the articulation of something. And I keep on seeing like the modality by which another person is articulating upon chivalry is the space by which we see that a lot of the energy is working through something in the modality of helping to articulate what a productive conversation is. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of that productivity that we see, it's a lot of the, I keep on getting, it's a lot of the energy that's effectively like following in the energetic direction of feminine. It's building into that context, or it's building into that experience. It's allowing for a lot of that amplification, but I keep on getting in the same modality by which that is happening. I feel like remember how I said that for a lot of the energy doing that work, building into something is effectively the space by which they're navigating and acting as a point of correction. And I keep on getting it's beautiful because I feel like I see the masculine being energetically defensive, but even in the space by which they're being energetically defensive, I keep on hearing the defensiveness is protectiveness, but it's protectiveness in relationality to feminine energy finding their strength, if that makes sense. And at the same time, I feel like there's a lot of energetic argumentation there. There's a lot of the space by which I keep on getting. It's almost like it's feeling like a lot of modalities by which another person is almost like acting correctively beyond another person's misconceptions to be able to heal something in a profound way. Now, moving towards the energy of the feminine. Bearing in mind, again, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to in terms of the heart space. Can I get 3 cards to clarify? We've got here we got the 9 of coins. So this is important. We've got double 9 energy right now for the energy of the feminine. We've also got the Judgment card, and we've also got the Queen of Coins. We've got a lot of Queen cards out today. That's what I keep on seeing. There's a lot of Queen cards here. And so the thing I want to like point out, and this is what I keep on seeing that's happening right now for a lot of feminine energy, because a lot of the feminine energy, I just keep on seeing like working through the frustration of navigating circumstances or situations where energy is over demanding upon the feminine. And when we keep on, like every time I read for feminine, I see this, which is it's the identification point of feminine needing to be, and I keep on getting this too, like particularly with the feminine that's working through Uranus moving back into Taurus. It's the energy of the feminine that often feels right now that they have to effectively shift gears a lot. Like there's a lot, I keep on getting, there's a lot of gear shifting that's happening right now for feminine energy. But I keep on seeing like the thing about it, and I like this about what we're seeing with feminine. This is feminine. And this is what I keep on getting. Like, and this is like, here's the thing about it. Like I keep on seeing the conflicts that may be arising right now. Remember when I mentioned pragmatism? The conflicts that may be arising right now for a lot of feminine energy is understanding that when we are holding things, when we hold things, when we harbor things, we can't switch gears, is all I keep on hearing. When we harbor things, we can't switch gears. It doesn't allow, it's like, you know, like that's the thing about, like, that's the thing that happens when we're working through the modality of the heart space. It's those experiences that effectively almost like create those things. I keep on hearing the hardening of the heart is the heart that does not become pragmatic, because it's the heart that refuses to switch gears. It's like you get stuck in an energetic gear and then nothing gets done. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, working through that to a certain capacity is what is allowing, like it's almost what's allowing for a breakthrough to occur, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like working through that, like I almost feel like the energy that's having conversations with another person, talking about the pragmatism of the heart space. And the pragmatism of the heart space is one that allows for the context of being energetically adaptable, being able to see other sides of things, being able to observe, having those recollection points in relationality to what it is that we're effectively trying to do in order to get something done. So I feel like this is a lot of the energy of the feminine, like working through the modality or the experience of overcoming energetic hurdles of that nature. Now let's talk a little bit about the non-binary energy that we're seeing right now in the heart space of non-binary energy. We've got 3 cards coming through. We've got the 8 of Wands in its reversal. We've got the 5 of Wands in its reversal, and we've got the page. We've got the Page of Cups in its upright. Now, the thing about this that we're effectively identifying, and I keep on seeing this, like the thing about it, like I keep on getting, and I feel like the three modalities that I'm potentially seeing right now between masculine, feminine, and non-binary is, I feel like this is a lot of the masculine energy that is working into, I keep on hearing like this is a masculine energy working into the space by which they're like talking to other masculine energy about fixing their hearts, is what I keep on hearing. Which is almost the energy saying, if you can't imagine the perspective of another person, you are in danger, is what I keep on hearing. That's what I keep on getting that's happening there. While we see that a lot of the feminine energy is working through the energetic pragmatism of circumstances or situations, they're working towards looking at something and trying to be energetically adaptable as they navigate through situations or circumstances in the heart space. Well, for a lot, and here's the thing about it, for a lot of the non-binary energy, I feel like a lot of the non-binary energy is in the space where they are just protecting. They're just protecting their heart space at all costs, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like for a lot of the energy working through that modality or working through that experience, I just keep on hearing like there's a lot of this energy that is working through the front. Like I keep on hearing a relationship is not the place by which you try things out or you try things on. It's the space, I keep on hearing, it's the space by which you build into. I keep on hearing it's the space by which you build into the energetic possibilities of partnership. And that's what I keep on seeing, that for a lot of the energy working through this, there's a lot of pain that's coming up in this retrograde cycle. There's a lot of potential trauma that's bubbling up into the surface. But I keep on getting a lot of the trauma potentially coming up or bubbling up into the surface is the modality or the experience by which they feel energetically misunderstood, or that they often feel like they don't necessarily energetically belong. So there's a lot of that, like, I feel like there's a lot of that modality by which the energy is working to heal. But I feel like it's also like working to heal because it often feels like it's energy that takes things out upon them. Because often, again, when we don't understand things, we become the force or the power of another person's projections. Continuing to get clarification in the unconscious space right now for masculine energy. 3 cards to clarify. We've got here the 7 of Swords. We've got the Ace of Wands. And we also have the World card. Now, working through the context of what we're effectively identifying, I need to stress this right now. I'm going to keep on amplifying about the fact that this is effectively the apex of this retrograde cycle. And it's really, really easy to energetically over or internalize things. And I keep on getting this. It's really, really easy. And did you notice, like, as soon as I started reading into masculine energy, like I felt like the throat chakra start locking up. It's very easy to it's very easy to work into the path work by which we recognize and identify. Um, like I keep on seeing the space by which we grow and learn is like is the modality by which we work to understand and experience things. And it's interesting because it's like the card isn't appearing right now. Like the card isn't present in the masculine energetic cards, but it feels very much like Fool energy. It feels like there's a lot there that's happening, particularly in relationality to Aries cycles, because it's understanding. I feel like this is like understanding the true concept and value of Aries cycles. And I always like to point this out. Aries, Aries is not warrior energy. Aries is often child energy, right? The beautified force of Aries is the world, is the energy that looks at the world with a sense of excitement. It looks at the world with a sense of energetic, like eagerness, right? And it's often, and this is the thing about it, and this is often why we recognize that Aries cycles kind of go through an energetic process, that sometimes they go through like a very rough patch, particularly in the center of their lifespans, which is like the modality or the experience by which we recognize and understand. We recognize and we understand. Like we don't allow the space by which our eagerness overrides our own sense of care, right? Because often, like the thing about it, our eagerness is often met with a modality by which another person tells us not to dare, right? And what happens often with those in Aries placements is they start in over energetically over eager, and then someone says, "Don't you dare," and then they go, "Fine, I won't care." Right? And then it's like an over, I keep on getting, it's an overcorrection point that often happens in those modalities and those experiences. It's like it's like, it's not working through the heart that has an on-off switch, is what I keep on seeing. There's like, it's like, and when we're working through, like when we work through our feelings, right? Then we become energetically stronger. So I feel like this is what I keep on seeing, that a lot of, like, this has been happening. And the reason I bring this forward, like the reason I'm talking so much about Aries right now is because for a very large portion of time over the expanse of this year, we have had a absurd amount of energy hanging out in the house of Aries. Okay. It's just been hanging out there. It can bring a lot of it. It's like it can get your ire. It can get you really like fueled up about something. And I like to point out, you know, like that fuel, like that the feeling that we have. I like to point this out. The fuel that we have, it can destroy things. It can also create things. You know, like we look at that feeling, and it's either destructive or it's beautiful. It's the space by which, and often I like to point this out, often in the moment that we feel most of our anger, we've never are in more of a moment to be able to change something. Because if we take that anger and we move it into identifying and articulating to another person just how much they mean to us, or just how much something means, like when we instead come out of the projection of feeling the volatility, but instead speak upon the passion that exists within the force that the anger is trying to protect, well, now we're energetically getting somewhere. So I feel like there's a lot of the work, I almost feel like there's a lot of the work of masculine working on navigating through their energetic anger. But I keep on seeing it's not the energy. It's not the energy that's working to be like, I'm angry and I want to make it your problem. It's the energy that understands that when we feel upset, we need to start introspecting and being like, why does this bother me so much? Because once we start understanding the nature of our anger, what do we often find behind it? Fear. Hello. It's like hello. I've been here just waiting for you to find me. can you kind of help me with this? It's like it's the space by which it allows us to be able to start to heal something in a beautiful, amazing way, right? But it stinks because first you're gonna get like you're gonna heal, but you're gonna get really angry about it. You're gonna get really angry about it. But then, as long as you don't take the anger out on everyone around you, and you start working with it and being like, and not working with it like, I'm gonna like, no, no, not like that, not like that. But when you start being like, where's this coming from? Why do I feel so strongly about this? Start digging through the junk drawer of our own emotions, we start to understand and land upon the reason and the meaning by which something makes that by which by which we can actually energetically communicate through it. Now, this brings us to the feminine energy. 3 cards for the feminine, please. I love, and I got to point out, if you can't see today's spread, I would strongly encourage you to head on over to the stack after this so you can see the photo, because I have to express the 3 cards we have in the space of the masculine are positively beautiful, because I feel like it's like I can see the masculine that almost understands and says, when I don't work through my own fire, when I allow my anger to get the best of me, then everyone I care about flees. And then it makes me more angry. And the energetic cycle continues, is what I keep on seeing, right? It's literally like you can't yell at someone and say, why are you running away with me? You've just given yourself your own answer, is what I keep on hearing. You know, you can't scream at someone to come back towards you, because it's antithetical for what it is that you're asking for. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of the energy that's kind of working through experiences or past modalities by which situations or circumstances occurred, because I keep on feeling like that's the energy of identifying and recognizing those modalities by which we allow our anger to, I keep on hearing, allow our anger to project away from ourselves instead of reclaiming, is what I keep on hearing. Our anger should allow us ability to kind of reclaim ourselves, not to lose ourselves. Now for feminine, 3 cards, please. What do we have here? We've got the 9 of Wands in its reversal. We've got the Knight of Cups in its upright. We also have the 7 of Cups in its reversal. So for a lot of the work that we're seeing for feminine right now, like I said, there's a lot of and bearing in mind, again, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I feel like for a lot of the feminine energy right now, like the thing that I keep on recognizing and observing is I just keep on getting situations or circumstances wherein, and I feel like this is what's hard for I keep on hearing like this is like what's difficult for feminine energy to often gravitate upon, which is feminine energy often feeling frustrated in the modality by which they are trying to be pragmatic. Because when energy of feminine is trying to be pragmatic, energy will get angry for them for not doting upon them. I'm going to say that again. When feminine energy is working tirelessly, even when feminine energy, I need to stress this is why feminine energy gets so upset. When feminine energy is doing everything to be as pragmatic as possible, literally as pragmatic as possible, even in the context by which feminine energy is navigating pragmatic situations, there will be energy that gets upset that feminine energy is not doting upon them. And that's what I meant in terms of feminine energy, like going through the modality or the experience of navigating through maturation cycles. I keep on getting there's a lot of feminine energy right now that's feeling the impact of Saturn moving back into Pisces, like effectively kickstarting a pseudo Saturn return for a bunch of energy that's not in alignment to them. Because I keep on seeing, and this is what I meant, even in the space by which I see energy like articulating and being protective over things, because I keep on seeing that when we are building in, like when we're building into the concept of pragmatism, and we see energy being energetically pragmatic, it should be the modality by which another person sees that and recognizes that as a modality of celebration. But when someone is too deep in their ego and they see somebody energetically pragmatic, they get upset that another person isn't doting upon them. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy, like working through those modalities or those experiences. I feel like this is feminine energy that's effectively, I feel like this is the feminine energy that's effectively like working into like what happens with the feminine when they do that. They just tighten their circle is what I keep on getting, right? It's like the feminine energy. It's like the feminine energy, when the feminine energy recognizes that, it's not like the fact that you're going to like start like energetically doting upon things. I keep on seeing it's just the energy of the feminine that just works onto the understanding that as they become more effective, they're going to be simultaneously more misunderstood. It's like that. It's just, I know it's hard. It stinks, but that's the thing about it. The feminine energy is building into composure, saying it stinks, but they're not the source of the fact that it stinks. It's just the and that's why I keep on seeing like the feminine energy is doing that work in relationality to working through that. And I keep wondering like avoiding those modalities by which that effectively like triggers them. But then even I feel like again, there's like it's a lot of the feminine energy being like moving on. You know what I mean? Like moving on is what I keep on getting. Continuing to get clarification. To get clarification for non-binary energy right now. 3 cards in the unconscious, please. We got justice. Okay, we got some similarity happening right now. We've got the 9 of coins, of pentacles, and we've also got we got 3 spades right now. I mean, not 3 spades. We got 3 aces. We got 3 aces right now coming through in the modality of non-binary energy. And this is and I need to point out, this is the energy that's working through the unified work of both masculine and feminine right now. And so that's why we see it. The funny part about it though is the energy of masculine working through registering whether they have a right to be upset about things, right? Feminine working through the space by which they're working to be pragmatic. I feel like a lot of the non-binary energy is working into the modality of experience of feeling like they're trying to be pragmatic, but they also have a right to be upset, is what I keep on hearing. It's actually like I get a lot of the non-binary energy finding words to articulate upon an energetic frustration point. It's like it's the energy that says, like I keep on seeing, it's like the energy that is effectively identifying and recognizing the force of intention in terms of being able, and I keep on hearing the energy that says it's fine to be upset as long as you can articulate upon it, right? It's like it's okay to be upset. Like it's okay to be upset. Like it's not like finding peace. Like somebody and you'll notice this. Like people who are like completely disassociated will see you being logical and be like, you've got a lot of anger issues, and being like, are you okay? Is what I keep on getting. You're supposed to have anger issues. You're supposed to. What are you kidding me? How can you not be upset? Like you're supposed to be. You're not supposed to get rid of that. You're not supposed to move that away from the self. You're supposed to understand it. It's not okay to be upset about things you don't understand. All right? You gotta be responsible. You gotta be responsible for the things that you're upset about, right? Because when you're responsible for the things that you're upset about, then you're able to do something better with them. Isn't that nice? Now look, all of that being upset is fixing things, right? It's the space by which we're able to elevate things. And so I feel like there's a lot, it's interesting because I almost feel like a lot of the non-binary energy right now is very much in critique form, which is like, I keep on hearing a critique, like the difference between a criticism and a critique is when you are moving through entitlement, you will go around and be like, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. And critique says, what would you prefer? Right? It's okay to say you don't like something, but if you don't like it, please articulate. Please express what would be better, right? Because now we're propelling a conversation with our energetic disgust for things, right? Because when we feel energetic disgust for things, but we don't do the work to understand them, when we don't do the work to understand it, it often points at that disgust that we're pointing at everyone is actually pointing at the self. It's like, be like, your disgust is telling us a lot about what's in there. You know what I mean? So that's the modality by which we work to understand ourselves better. because the experience and the modality by which we can articulate something that energetically bothers us allows us the ability to identify and articulate upon what it is that we would hope to do better. And so even in that modality, even in the space, like even in the space by which we experience something that is incongruous, perfect example, right? We can identify and recognize what feels energetically appropriate versus what feels out of place. So I feel like there's a lot of the energy that gets frustrated because they're doing that work all the time. And they're also feeling like they are the source of others' projections that refuse to do that. And I keep on seeing that, like, that's why a lot of the energy is potentially working through that modality by which they move very cautiously into partnership, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on seeing the energy that's saying, somebody being like, you're being awful careful, and another person being like, would you like an explanation, as like, would you like me to open up the book and explain to you why? Like, this is the energy that says, like, the reason that they're being energetically careful is they're going through a long history of energy taking things out on them. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like, for a lot of the energy doing that work, I feel like the space, like, it's hard because I can see the energy that desires partnership, but they often feel like they have to work twice as hard for it because of that recognition point, right? Like, working through the modality of understanding, but also working through the understanding of recognizing and calibrating for another person's desire for things, potentially even in the modality by which they're seeking to enter relationship. Bottom of the deck on all of these energies right now. For a lot of the masculine energy, we've got the Knight of Cups in its upright. And I love the Knight of Cups in this particular deck because it keeps on working through the modality or the experience by which we're able to identify what feels energetically productive. And this is what's hard. Like, I see a lot of the masculine energy that's doing the work for, like, feels like they're having to do the heavy lifting for other masculine energy that doesn't even feel like this work is necessary. Like, this is the energy that almost is art. And this is what I meant about like, this is the first time we're seeing more feminine energies cards popping up in the masculine space. But I literally feel like I see healthy masculine energy articulating to other masculine energy on what it means to make a feminine energy feel safe. And I keep on seeing, I keep on hearing, you can't insist, is what I keep on hearing. Have you ever noticed that when another person insists that they're safe, you've never felt in more energetic danger? Safety does not insist upon itself. Safety is evident, is what I keep on hearing. Safety does not insist upon the fact. You ever notice that when someone is trying to convince you that they are energetically safe, you never have felt like you're in more danger, being like, this is a weird conversation, right? It's like, it's working through the modality. And that's what we meant about the finger that points right back to the self, right? It's like safety defies explanation. Is what I keep on hearing. Like, I see someone. It's not something that you insist upon. It's something that you embody. And I literally see, like, I see some masculine energy, like frustrated because I feel like they're trying to articulate that to other energy of masculine that's working through. I told you, like, a little bit of that energy being like, I don't know why I keep yelling, and that person just keeps running farther and farther away. And someone being like, are you okay? Like it's like, I don't know how to do what, but it's exhausting. I can see, like, the energy, and it's funny because I feel like the masculine, like feeling like the space by which it's like they're trying to collect their breath to articulate something like that. Now for feminine energy, all right, this one again, all the feminine energy cards keep on coming up from the bottom of the deck. So even this one, we've got the Ace of Wands in its upright. I don't have time for it. This is feminine energy. I appreciate this. Feminine energy right now is like not in the space of feelings. Feminine are like, listen, I appreciate you have feelings. Respectfully, if you haven't done the work to process those feelings, please come back, and come back once the feelings are processed, is what I keep on saying. It's the energy that's just like, please, thank you for coming here with your feelings. We deeply appreciate your call. If you could please just hold and process those feelings, we'll get back to you in just a few minutes, is what I keep on hearing with the feminine energy. Because I feel like this is the thing about the feminine energy right now. It's like the feminine energy, I told you, like this like feminine energy right now. And I feel like the difference right now, I need to stress this. I need to stress this right now. Okay. I don't know why. I feel like masculine's got a big swath of time right now. Masculine energy, big swath of time. Feminine, not enough time to get everything done, is what I keep on seeing. Like feminine is working through, like a sprint right now. And masculine's in the energy that feels like a walk in the park. And I keep on saying, when I see energy like this, never is there more possibility for argumentation to occur, because it's the modality. And I keep on seeing they're both in hermit mode in different ways. That's why I started reading into these energies right now. Masculine's like in hermit mode, like, do you want to go for a walk? And feminine's like, are you kidding me right now? Like you know what I mean? Like, there's something to be said about that modality or that experience in relationality to working through things. And so I feel like just be mindful of that. Make sure if you're communicating, be like, do you have the bandwidth to navigate this right now? And then don't get upset if someone's like, respectfully, no, is what I keep on hearing. But I keep on, but the thing about this too is, for a lot of the feminine energy, like I just keep on seeing, like I keep on feeling like this is feminine energy that is looking towards, like I feel like this is feminine energy looking towards others that are in that same modality. Pragmatism finds pragmatism. And I keep on seeing that, like, for a lot of the feminine energy, like the ability to identify or recognize or work through, I keep wondering, like working through pragmatic possibilities. I feel like I feel like there's something beautiful, because I know it, I know that it seems a little incongruous, but there's something dynamic that's happening right now within the span or the scope of these energetic frequencies. Now, for non-binary energy, bottom of the deck right now, we've got the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. So when we're working through the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal, and I just want to kind of like, I feel like the thing that we're seeing even now, and remember how I said, like, one of the reasons I wanted to start reading back into the separate frequencies is because we're seeing a bit of a slowdown right now that's happening in the relationship cycles, given the fact that we're experiencing the retrograde. I feel like for a lot of the non-binary energy right now is working into, like, they're working into the context of experiencing or working through, like I just keep on seeing there is the desire, like the desire to effectively not feel the need to perpetually overly have to articulate or identify. Like I just keep on seeing, I feel like I keep on hearing they're looking for relationships where they don't feel the need to perpetually have to over explain themselves, is what I keep on getting. And it's painful, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like for a lot of the energy, and I feel like there's a lot of that energy working through, like, I feel like, I don't know why, I feel like some of that energy is working through some pathwork of tokenization, or they're healing from relationships wherein they felt like they were energetically tokenized. And what does it often feel like when we're energetically tokenized? It's often those modalities or those experiences by which another person comes towards us because they either navigate through unresolved issues, or they see us as the source of it. And I keep on getting that for both of those modalities and experiences, the situation is always the space by which they feel energetically like they're the energetic trigger point. And I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing like they're working to heal in the modality by which another person isn't going to, like, I keep on hearing, isn't going to be in the experience by which they feel like they have to work through. I keep on hearing the relationship is not the place to work through unresolved things. It's the space by which you create. And so I keep on looking, like, I feel like it's hard because I see them like treading carefully. Like I see a lot of energy treading carefully and working into building into healthy relationship, but also like treading carefully in the modality of recognizing and identifying the difference between, I keep on hearing, and did you see how like my throat chakra started closing up? The difference between, like the difference between another, like the difference between another person, like working through their unresolved feelings versus someone that I keep wondering, like someone who truly, like I keep wondering, like someone who truly is like ready. I keep wondering, like someone who's truly ready to build or grow with them in such a way that it's not like, I keep wondering, there isn't an over fixation upon one another, but the direction of relationship. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning. That is where we find all of today. That is our full daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these readings. If you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who participated last week in our class on the Sun card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, November Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You also have access to you don't have to catch up. I do my best to give you an update in terms of anything we've studied thus far, but now is a great time to join. You got a whole month if you want to catch up on some of those classes. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of readings, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also, I also want to let you guys know that we have now launched our retreat program. We are going to be going on a tarot retreat to Italy in August, where we will be studying about the history of the tarot in the cradle of where the tarot was originally documented and discovered. We are going to be working through the history and the symbolic symbolism of the cards that can be found in a lot of the understanding of the cultural changes and shifts that occurred in Italy that made it the perfect space by which the tarot could grow and be shared. We have a beautiful journey that we will be having where we will be traveling to Rome, Florence, and Tuscany to study that. And if you'd like to learn more about that, all you need to do is head on over to my stack. You can find a post there. You can also find it over on my tree that has links in it in my bio. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. If anybody else would care to get on the list today, you'll be the third person read for. Alexandra, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your one card reading. For anybody else who would care to join us right now, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 10.5K likes today. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, Ivana? Welcome. How are you doing as well, user 306? I can't sit still. I know, and thank you so much for getting on that list. We'll dig into it right now, Alexandra. How are you doing today, Julia? And thank you guys. No snapping today. Yep, I got you on the list, Alexandra. And thank you again, Adam, for the heart knees. Just a reminder to my super fans, make sure that you're recharging your heart knees if you'd like an additional card in your, if you'd like that animal spirit guide card in your reading. Hi there, user. You can absolutely get on the list for yesterday. Let me add you back now. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. One moment, please. Let me just mark you off. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, just go ahead and let me know the date by which you are on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. This is totally reasonable then, and darn, sending you support. Absolutely. Yes, you do get rewarded. Absolutely. And thank you so much, channeling. I appreciate that. And Jen, thank you for the follow. Yep, I got you on the list, user. And thank you, Global, for the follow. I mean, I do. Not a tremendous amount, Lolly. How are you doing? Say it there, JV. Nothing and everything is being done side by side. Exactly. Sending you support, Bridget. And thank you as well. Your moon is in Aries. Oh, yeah. Like, and the thing about it, like, I got to tell you, I haven't been so worried right now. This whole year, I've been saying it. I haven't been too stressed about Aries placements, because the thing about it, Aries, this is like every single day. You know, for those with Aries placements, like, it's like, what else is new? You know what I mean? Like, Aries, like those with Aries placements are a little bit more equipped to deal with energy like this. I'll put it that way. Thank you for confirmation, Avatar. Why is so powerful in healing? Well, Vox, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. Thank you for the help channeling. I appreciate you guys. Make sure to give channeling some love too. I was asking that. It was an example. Oh, I understand. It was an example of what we can do when we're triggered. Beautifully stated. Exactly. I'm triggered. Why? I totally get it, Vox. That is me. Thank you as well, Avatar. Absolutely. Energetic. Yeah. It's funny that navigating is a process of I mean, I don't listen. I think it's, you know, it's interesting that you put it that way, channeling. I think it's relearning, right? We've been seeing this. I don't like the word reconditioning, because conditioning does not feel like it implies consent. So I prefer the word relearning, because it's the identification point in terms of helping another person understand something in a different way. You know, like, that's the only thing about it. I mean, again, if it's conscientiously, if someone's like working to understand something, and that's what I keep on seeing, like, there's masculine energy doing that work, right? There's masculine energy that understands that the healthy masculine is the masculine energy that seeks to understand, right? But I feel like it's hard because, you know, you can't what is the first thing that you need to say when we seek to understand? We don't know everything. You know, it's like we don't know anything, right? It's like it's holding that as a point of strength. Feminine is more in the space of being like, I know, right? I know what the hurdle is. I know what the problem is, right? I know how to approach something, but often I feel like it's having to apply that sense of rigor to circumstances or situations in order to be able to do something more effectively, you know? Yeah, it's happening. Oh, it's beautiful to see and feel. I'm so glad to hear that you're having those breakthroughs. Creating instead of conquering. Tap to claim, Vox. I love that. Hi there, Bridget. Feminine here. No time, no time at all. It's crunch time. Yep. How do we get into the space of having time for a walk? I like that. You find value in it with other things like being it. Yeah, that's a beautiful way of putting it. Yep. Multitasking. Exactly. Well, I told you like that in a space is also the pragmatism that we're seeing. Welcome from Ireland. I don't think love is blind. I think trauma. I think trauma's blind. I wasn't assuming that at all. Yeah. We study it, but we still don't replicate it. I'll put it this way. I think that we can't. I feel like there's something to be said upon that. I feel like we cannot control the type of love we feel for others at times. Sometimes those modalities, and we were actually talking about this yesterday. User 3.0, like the modality or the experience by which we identify and recognize like how we feel about one another. Our effective responsibility is being able to articulate to each other like what we can expect from one another, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of that there. That's coming up a lot right now during this retrograde cycle. I would totally be walking and listening. Yep. That would be amazing. How are you doing? Excellent. And thank you so much, Magic, for the follow. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective on today's personal readings. If you would like to get on the list today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going, well, we've already done 1 reading giveaway. The next reading giveaway we'll be doing today is the user. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. And hold on a minute. 1 moment, please. Perfect. And just a reminder, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back to the list as well. And also, if you are a super fan who would like access to our subscriber only disco channel, all you need to do is send me a GIF with a disco GIF in it, and I'll be happy to send you the link to the disco. If you would like information on if you would like a special coupon code to be able to join our class program, message me the word class. And if you are interested in learning more about our trip, message me the word trip. How are you doing today, X? I'm happy. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. But if you'd like to get on the list right now, these are donation-based lists. All you need to do is send the donation, and I'll be happy to read for you. Same thing, Amara. First person that we are reading for today is going to be, I've got Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. We're doing a mind, body, spirit right now for Alexandra. Before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. We'll do that again after the next reading, and I'm going to pin up Alexandra here. We're doing a mind, body, spirit for Alexandra. Can I please have Yep. Can I please have, and thank you for being the first person on the list, Alexandra. You'll be getting 5 cards in your reading. Mind, body. Oh, I need a deck. Hold on a minute. I got to pull out a new deck for your mind, body, spirit. I've got too many cards. I got too many decks out right now. Another actually, I feel like this is the deck to go with. Yep. Come out. Thank you. All right. Spirit. Yep, and one more, please. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh, wow. So I feel like there's something important right now, Alexandra, in relationality to being able to, I mean, I need to stress this. I feel like let this be the retrograde where you work upon a passion project. I keep on getting passion project on something. And I feel like I keep, because I feel like I think that you put it really well. I think you articulated the fact that you feel like kind of like you're crawling out of your skin. Um, but I keep on hearing like that's the feeling of your passion, like trying to find something, like trying to find some place to be able to put itself in your life right now. It's what I keep on identifying. And it's hard because like I feel like I feel like I see, like I've got some kind of strong message coming through. And I keep on hearing, remember that this is a building year for you. And the thing about a building year, I need to stress this. A thing about a building year is we don't necessarily love building years, right? Because building years sometimes feel like we're grinding our gears, right? It's the modality by which we're kind of working through something. And I keep on saying it's like it's not, I keep on hearing it's not necessarily the thing you have to kind of understand is if you feel like you're grinding your gears right now, is it getting you to higher ground? Is what I keep on getting. Like I feel like you need to write that down. You need to write it down and you need to look at that whenever you start feeling frustrated in terms of what you're doing. Because I just keep on saying, if you say the words, is it getting me to higher ground? And the answer is yes. Then it's remembering that that is why you're doing something. And it also says to me not getting overly invested if it doesn't feel like it's the right fit, right? Because when you're doing something to get to higher ground, you don't need the perfect fit. You need something that will get you to the perfect fit, is what I keep on saying. So I want you to make sure that you write those words somewhere. And I want you to make sure that you're referring back to them. Because the space by which you understand that there's something that you're doing right now that is going to get you to higher ground. I keep on hearing, remember that and I don't know why they're saying remember that your favorite I don't know why they keep on saying like I don't know why they keep on saying designer or professional, but they keep on saying remember that your favorite professional had a history of being in a bunch of places that didn't fit until finally they were able to create that space, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something really significant in terms of looking at something right now. And I keep on saying, don't let the frustration build you into the context of saying, I don't feel comfortable. I got to get out of here. But the space by which you look at something and say to yourself, it's going to get me to higher ground, is the space by which you identify how long, right? Like how long you intend to do something before you start seeking some kind of new energetic opportunity. Because and I also feel like there's something really important about that. And I keep on hearing like to start a passion project, because I almost see you like not potentially feeling particularly passionate about something. And I keep on hearing if you're not feeling particularly passionate about something, goody, because that creates Like I keep on seeing like that creates the space by which you can effectively move that creativity into something that feels like it's entirely yours, is what I keep on getting. There's a lot of this, like I'm just picking up like there's a lot of this energy around something. And so I want you, like I keep on getting um every time you feel a little of that excitedness, I keep on hearing a new sense of purpose. Like a new sense of purpose. So which is the space I keep on hearing, not necessarily the fact that you're looking for something, but by which you appreciate that you have the energy and that you're being called to create something, is what I keep on getting. Because the card that I keep on getting for your spirit right now is the star card. And the star card, here's the thing about it. For the thing about the star card is the star card is not about easy feelings. The star card, like you want easy feelings, like find the Empress energy. The star card is often working through, like I like to point this out, the star card is very similar to the Hermit card to a certain extent, right? There's a lot of solitude in there, and there's a lot of solemnity. And so I feel like that's kind of what you're working to cultivate right now, which is I feel like this is about you kind of navigating. Like I feel like I keep on hearing like I feel like there's like almost this awkwardness that you keep on experiencing when you enter into circumstances or situations. And I keep on hearing a guide that keeps on saying to me when I read for you, have you considered the possibility that the awkwardness is not yours? Is what I keep on hearing. Have you considered the possibility that the awkwardness is not yours, which is the space by which another person is feeling energetically intimidated by you or working through something in such a way that, like, I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing, um, like, it's giving me so much of this. And I feel like this is like, and I keep on hearing, like, when you are working through the power of your presence, potentially bringing out awkwardness in others, the message that you should bring forth from that is, I feel like, again, you can work to be approachable, but it's, I keep on hearing like often in the space by which you're working to be approachable, understanding that effectively that's not something that you can regulate, right? I feel like there is something I keep on hearing. It's like I feel like I see you continue to go through this, like, this hurdle, and it's just, I keep on hearing it's a part of your energetic frequency where, what makes you unique, what often creates a space that another person gravitates to you might often simultaneously create the space by which, when, like, it's like, it's like the desire to be like the desire to grow, to gravitate closer, but then not necessarily feeling like they can energetically connect, or they have a hard time connecting with you because I feel like you and another person are going through vastly different experiences. And I keep on hearing that's that's not a negative thing. That's not something that you have to say. Like, I feel like, like I almost like have that experience by which you've got, and it's funny because you got a very strong guide around you, which is like you being like, why can't I be normal? Like I see somebody being like, what? Like, it's like, I feel like there's something that you're working through where I feel like and I feel like I'd be very curious about your dream space right now. Because I almost feel like the guides that are like saying, like, congratulations, you're never going to be normal, which is the modality by which I feel like you're always going to feel a little bit of that solitude, when you're in situations. And I keep on hearing it's not that you're not going to be able to connect with energy, but I feel like I see like the experience by which, I keep on hearing less is more, right? Like I feel like it's okay to say like you're often going to be in experiences where you have less is more relationships, which is potentially, say, having like a few people that are close to you, and a lot of people that would desire to be but don't know how to be, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Queen of Cups and it's upright, you know? I feel like I've got this like, and here's the hard part, like I feel like you're going through some kind of aura work. And the hard part with aura work is there's not much we can do about it, you know? Like the you should not be in the mode like I feel like you can do everything you can do to be energetically approachable is what I keep on getting. But even in the modality by which you're working to be approachable, if there's something about the experience that you and another person are having, I feel like it's often like I almost feel like I feel like there's some energy that tries to gravitate upon you, but then they don't know they don't know what to say is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing like I don't know why, I don't know what it is about your energy, but I feel like you render energy speechless. And I don't feel like it's a bad thing, is what I keep on seeing. I don't think it's a bad thing, but I do feel like it can sometimes feel like I keep on hearing like I feel like there's something in relation to that is helping you work through. Like I keep on hearing like give that love back to yourself in those moments is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like I keep on seeing don't like I keep on hearing like don't I almost feel like it's energy. I keep on hearing like energy that feels anxious around you, but you're somehow misconstruing as angry is what I keep on getting, you know? Some kind of modality or experience by which you're trying to like I feel like you're trying to connect to another person, but they don't know what to say. So I feel like I keep on seeing like navigate situations with a sense of I keep on hearing like be the energy that you hope to see in the room, right? Like which is like if you enter into a room and you feel like it's uncomfortable, like identify and figure out like what that icebreaker is, right? Like look like don't wait for another person to ease it. Ask yourself what you can do to try to cultivate or generate that energy around you is what I keep on getting. Um, but I know it's difficult right now, specifically because, and I need to point this out, like us going through kind of this like apex of the retrograde cycle. Like I feel like a lot of the work that we do in navigating the apex of the retrograde cycle is it's coming to terms with like what you can change versus what you can expect, you know? And I feel like the thing is when we stop trying to change things and start recognizing what we can expect, then we can start getting somewhere is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like let that kind of fortify in relationality. I feel like let that help you identify what it is that you're working to heal versus what it is that you're working to heal from. Thank you so much for having that reading, Alexandra, in it with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 29 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are also at 15.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And thank you again for the follow, Magic. Hi there. How are you doing today, Fran? Do you have some extra... Am I speaking really quickly? I don't know. Am I speaking quickly? I mean, I always have a tendency of speaking quickly. I don't know if I'm speaking faster than I typically am. Thank you for the help, Nikki. And thank you. Appreciate that. I feel like I'm definitely setting up foundations and cleaning up the aspects I neglected. I keep on hearing, is this getting you to higher ground? It's going to kind of amplify that. I'm trying not to come off too strong for sure. I don't think you are. Like I can, like I feel like I see you. Like I feel like I see you kind of like doing that work to modulate, you know? Oh, I see that. And the new job essentially revolves around people coming to see you. I got it. Yep. I love the idea, but it can be intimidating to have that exception because I do feel like a sore thumb a lot. And so I feel like, I feel like that's the thing about it. Like I don't, and I want you to, that's what I mean. I don't want you thinking of yourself like a sore thumb. I want you thinking of yourself like a star, right? Which is like, and again, and I don't mean that, like, I don't mean that in the space by which of saying, like, you should see your, like, you should think of yourself like as like, like, oh, like, not like I'm a star, like that. Like, it's the modality by which you recognize and say, you are your uniqueness is something that others like. I feel like it's like your uniqueness is gravitating, but it is somewhat separating. Like that's what like that's what happens with unique energy. It's hard. Strega, get off that. Strega. I have to take care of something. I'll be back in a minute. No. 1 second. No. Come on. No, I don't want to hear it. Come on. I know. Hold on. I know what you want. Hold on. I'll take care of it. Here. You're so pushy. Sorry. Somebody speaking. I just want to point out the minute I said star energy, Strega just immediately went and did something she knew that she should not do. She's like, you rang? You rang? Yeah, you rang? Yes, I'm here. Oh, such a prima donna. All right, let's continue. All right, let's continue right now. All right, the next person we're reading for right now is user once. User, if you're here, can you tell me if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I knew exactly what she wants. She knows. Like she knew if she did that, I would get. I'm a sucker. It's fine. You're welcome. All right. All right. Continuing right now, we're gonna do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. If anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. The list is nice and short. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path readings, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past dream interpretations, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include those in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post them in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep. I know. I know. I'm happy. Again, I just wish she could. I wish I was trying to get it earlier. I just wish she could talk without doing that, because she can talk. She says hello just fine. I got to get her on video saying it at some point. She says hello all the time. She's learned how to say hello. I just I need to get her to teach her how to say, like, I don't know. I gotta figure out a word to see if I can get her to teach her how to say the word like bed. I think I need to teach her to say the word bed. But she says hello like clear as a bell. She's got it down pat. She's like, hello. All right, let's continue right now. Your brother, isn't it great? I love it when they say hello. She's so funny because she does it when she's looking for me. She goes, hello, hello. She never does it. She never does when I record her, though. All right. Okay, so the next person we're reading for right now is user once. Hold on a minute. Yep. All right. Before we continue, I'm going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal intuition card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Yeah, I've seen the buttons. I don't know if she would do them. I should get them for her. She'd probably get a kick out of them if she'd even use them. All right, user, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, please? And if you have already posted, I haven't seen it come through, so you might need to repost because it might have been filtered. Also, for anybody who's a superfan who would like to be added to the superfan only disco channel, all you need to do is message me a disco GIF and I will be happy to add you to it. If you are interested in having a special coupon code sent to you so you can enroll in our class program, message me the word class. And if you are interested in learning more about our trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. All right, second call for user. If user had to step away, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And again, if anybody, hold on a minute. We can always do more readings of Anna. Having one is usually just like kind of the tip of the iceberg. There's usually always more to explore there. I would always, the thing I usually calibrate for readings like that is based upon one's own sense of need. So, and Denise, thank you for the follow. Can we do a 2026 reading? I love that. Absolutely. I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Can I please get 2 more? Thank you. Where's my deck? Oh, there it is. I'm not feeling this deck right now. Hold on, I'm going to find another deck for you. What do we got coming through? Ooh, this is nice. Yeah, I like this one today. It makes a lot of sense, too, for what I'm picking up for this reading. All right, what do we got coming through here? You know, I gotta be honest, I'm picking up, like, you know what I mean? Like, this is wild. And I gotta tell you, I feel like it has a lot to do with, with the space of you laying healthy boundaries, but also the dream. Like also the dream that you had, that you came towards me with yesterday. Because the thing I keep on seeing is I feel like there was this there was something that the thing I keep on identifying, and I would not be surprised if you go through experiences like this. And it has to do with what feels energetically healthy versus actually what allows the space by which something feels like it can resolve. And I feel like there's something that's important that's happening right now in relationality to you being able to heal your relationship to masculine. And I feel like the majority, like the overarching point, and I was even going to send you a message like after we had that dream reading yesterday about some of the other downloads that was coming through, was the ability to communicate to another person about not being their energetic messenger is what I keep on seeing. Because, and I keep on getting this, and I would not be surprised about this. I would not be surprised right now if you've got some kind of situation wherein I almost have like some kind of situation wherein an ex tries to come back towards you to amplify or articulate the fact that they still want to be friends with you, right? And I feel like a lot of that had to do with the modality of the dream that you had yesterday. And I got it. And I feel like that I got to talk about next year by talking about that dream, because you'll remember that in the dream, you articulated that there was somebody who was insisting that they were your brother, but you knew that they weren't your brother. In fact, when you first articulated the dream, it sounded like you were about to get married, right? And that's why you said at the end of the dream, it felt like you were wearing the wrong dress. That was the download that I was actually going to return back to you on, right? The observation of situations or circumstances where we build into relationship with someone and we build into the expectation by which we are trying to have the mutual manifestation goals. And what happens? Somebody, like somebody somebody says, oh, you're such a good friend, right? I know I can trust you. And the identification point that trust, right? That trust should effectively be the foundation upon which healthy relationships formed. But the thing is, when we don't trust ourselves, then we don't see trust as a priority, right? We don't see trust as something that should be the foundation upon which to build a healthy relationship. I would not be surprised if you've had relationships with someone who literally will say to you something like, I trust you implicitly, we can't be together, right? Like when you have those type of wacky situations, like that can often be articulated or amplified with what was coming up in the dream space. So those experiences with someone being like literally somebody who's like you've had a relationship with, and someone trying to come towards you and being like, why can't we be friends? And being like, are you kidding me? Like I see you being like, are you kidding me? Like almost like the modality by which you have to say to another person. And I keep on hearing, it's not always like that, right? And I keep on getting, and I feel like that's what like that's almost like what's coming through in the dream space. It's like you know, I feel like it's not always like that, because the modality by which another person, like sometimes I keep wondering, sometimes we move away from relationship and there's mutual agreed upon decision that there's something there that is more akin to a friendship, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing there. Like the experience by which another person, when two energies articulate and say like that is something that can happen, right? And it usually can happen over the context of time, is what I keep on seeing. But I keep on seeing spaces, like spaces by which it can't happen are spaces by which we do not share the same we do not share the same opinion as it relates to the desired outcome of a relationship. So I would say like one of the major overarching messages that was coming through in the dream space is not allowing someone to try to come back to you and say like, I'm like, hey, I miss our friendship. I feel like we should start again as friends. But then potentially you having the feeling of not necessarily feeling like that, but hoping that someone's going to change their mind. Or especially, like, wondering, especially if someone's already done that to you once before, is what I keep on hearing. And it has a lot to do, and I need to stress this because the space, the reason that you had, like the reason that you articulated when you went back to that person in the dream, and they used the word bowling. The reason that they said that is because they weren't naming, the person on the list. They were demarcating you. You were like, they were basically saying you were being treated like a third wheel, right? Like you were being treated by somebody who was like working towards you, like treating you like an energetic partner, but then not giving you the sweetness that they should be giving you, but instead almost saying to you, I trust you to help me find the right person for me. So I feel like there's a lot of that work in helping to regulate through situations. And I feel like it's both you, and I feel like a lot of it is you being very clear in relationality to what it is that you're looking for in partnership. And I feel like the reason that that's happening right now is I feel like you've already done that work to overcome the hurdle. Like you wouldn't be having a dream of that nature if you hadn't already arrived to that energetic conclusion. So I feel like the one thing I keep on seeing is I see the modality by which you're trying to build relationship, and at the same time potentially having to fend off some kind of, I keep on hearing like some kind of false, like somebody holding a false flag of friendship, like trying to articulate upon the fact that they want to be friends with you, but really I keep on hearing like somebody like somebody wanting to kind of come towards you and be like, can we be friends now, and you being like, absolutely not, is what I keep on hearing you say. Like somebody being like I almost see you having to say, like I almost see you having to have a conversation with someone, and them being like, why does it have to be like this, and you being like it because it's not okay. And I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like the dream in a way is almost building into, I feel like it's showing you someone who has a tendency of circumventing the problems that they're having in relationship with all of the feminine energy around them, instead of taking the problem to the feminine energy that they're in partnership with. So I almost see a situation of potentially someone who starts calling you again and being like, hey, how are you doing? Oh my God, like my partner's doing this, my partner's doing that. And already, like, I almost feel like you saying, like, seeing the space by which you recognizing something that they were potentially doing to you to another person, in the space that they were offloading, like the work, like instead of doing the work to try to fix something, getting into the space of trying to complain about the person that they're in partnership with to another person, right? Which immediately creates, what happens when we start to do that, creates triangulated situations. So I almost feel like the work that I see you building into partnership, while also fending off energy that's trying to triangulate you in their unhealthy relationship cycles. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, Ace of Pentacles in its upright. I feel like the beautiful thing about next year is I feel like there's a lot of beautiful opportunities that are coming towards you. Like I feel like there's a lot of that. Like it does feel to me like there's this energetic arrival point in relationality to being able to recognize and identify what it is that you're working towards. And that's why I keep on hearing, like I almost feel like there's something that you navigate with a sense of chagrin, because I almost get the space that like somebody somebody who, like some kind of situation or circumstance where, like I feel like it's almost like you get to watch what happened between you and another person in real time, because they put you, like I feel like it's like they put you in the position that you recognize that they were like they put you in the position that you recognize they used to have the other person in, is what I keep on hearing. It's like somebody, it's like well, I feel like it's like you watching somebody play musical chairs in their partnership. It's like I just kind of like I feel like it's I just see you observing or energetically recognizing that. And just like I feel like it's almost like you amplifying upon holding firm in relationality to a decision that you articulated or made upon. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially I keep on seeing, especially with the sun card in its reversal. I feel like there's something to be said in relationality to taking problems to each other, is what I keep on hearing, right? I keep on hearing energy with integrity. Energy with integrity goes to the source, is what I keep on hearing. That's all I keep on hearing about the message that's coming through for next year. Energy with integrity goes to the source, which is the space by which if another person has an issue, right, they don't circumvent and ask someone to do the legwork for them. They go immediately, to that person. They go immediately to that situation. They go immediately to that position and they work through it. But often when someone is energetically too insecure, what do? They often have others, right? They got others, right, like running around. You know what they said? Well, I was talking to this person and they said that, they said this. So I just wanted to let you know. And this is how chaos reigns, right? Like that's why it's situations like that. And that's why when we start to heal, we start seeing that, we just start walking away because we're just like, this is ridiculous. So I feel like it's hard because I feel like this is the relation, this is like, I feel like I see you healing in some way by building into a space of composure, which is like kind of saying to somebody else, the buck stops here. in relationality to them kind of doing some kind of like whisper narrative versus you being like, well, if they feel like that, why don't they just come talk to me about it? So I feel like I keep on hearing like a lot of healing, but the healing is coming through the space by which you say, I'm just not partaking in this anymore. This is ridiculous. It's like it's a lot of that, like they know where to find me kind of energy. So I feel like it's like I feel like it's healthy, but I also feel like it's a little bit like I feel like it's upsetting because I almost feel like I see you kind of going through a maturation process where like I keep on hearing like you're looking at some drama and just like choosing not to engage because it feels like nonsense. And here's the thing about it, the problem with that is like once you see the drama as nonsense, you can never engage in the drama again. Is what I keep on hearing. It's like I just keep on hearing the same message. Like once you see the drama as nonsense, you never engage in it again because you build into relationship and you see how easy it can be. Like who wouldn't want that? Is what I keep on hearing. Like it's like I just keep on seeing like the life-changing problem, like the life-changing problem. But that's what I mean, the life-changing problem that has a solution on the other side of it because you just work through it. And I feel like you're kind of healing from the difference between somebody like from a situation by which you're building with someone who's like fix it energy versus someone who's constantly working to kind of offload or circumvent their complaints to everybody around them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 17.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, Denise? Thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Ivana. A reading, Denise, 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. I had, the reason is because when I do the frequency update, I need 3 decks to do it. So I had to pull another card out because I've literally got three decks on the table right now. No, this new fresh energy, but that's the thing about it. It's like it's you navigating new fresh energy. Yeah. I'm just gonna, I don't see you moving at all. But I feel like there's something about that. Like, I feel like this is you like moving in big ways, but I feel like this is like, it feels like the moving that I see that you're doing is just navigating things. Like, I feel like it's like navigating situations with a sense of fortitude, but also like I keep on seeing like, it's like, I keep on hearing like the refreshing relationship that helps you perceive things in different ways. Oh, Bridget says she knows who this is. Augustina, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I know. I like it's like I know we would be better as friends, but then they want partnership. So again, I keep on seeing like this is you healing from any kind of mismatched relationship in the difference between energy. That's what I said, like wearing the wrong dress, right? Like energy that either sees you as a friend or energy that wants something other than friendship with you. And that's, remember when I said, remember in the dream, you were demanding to see the list. Why were you demanding to see the list? I guarantee you it was probably because you wanted to make sure your name wasn't on it, right? That's why you were trying so hard to see the list. You were like, you wanted to find out if your name was on the sweet list. Yeah. I'm at the point where I'm ready to move to the States. Yeah, I mean that they know like that. Do they see like the Ace of Pentacles bottom of the deck is like prepare for, like I keep on hearing prepare for the blessings, but the blessings bring new, like it's like giving me like it's like more blessings, more like more issues is what I keep on getting. Oh, sending you support, Bridget. This feels a lot like I've been going through this bunch of times in my life already. But here's the thing. I feel like this is the space, like I said, you kind of putting a stop to something, being like, I'm not available for it. No, I think these are good things. Like, I wouldn't trade these, Bridge. I think you're going to be very happy. If you want to get on the list, please let me know, Alexandra. All the dreams I've remembered lately are about leaps of faith. That's really intriguing, Ruby. If you want to get on the list for them, I'd be happy to read for them. Just two out of 3 dreams? Oh, that's fascinating. This is a lot of people that used to be in my life. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking exactly, Bridget. Yeah, I was laughing at the trading. We can trade. All right, we're going to continue right now. Is user one here? I'm still looking. Second call. Second call. All right, if user is not here, the list is now open. If anybody would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the first person read for. We are going to move into 1-card readings for subscribers. Thank you so much, Andrea, for the follow. Also, please remember, if you'd like to get on the list today, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. And thank you, Andrea, for the follow. If you want to get back on, Bridget, I'm welcome to have another reading. I think you've got some. Do you have any on the hold list? I feel like you've got held readings. 1 card on the situation with them last night. And Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Anyone who hasn't posted their subscriber reading, please hold your question. I keep on getting the same message. I feel like everything between you and another person feels like an energetic power struggle. I keep on, like, I feel like this is, I feel like this is the type of energy. I just got to stress this. You know, it's my way kind of energy. You know, it's the type of energy that does not want to feel. And I feel like I see energy like this, and energy like this can often be very damaging in relationship, because you can't tell them to do anything unless it's their idea. You know, you could literally, try to give someone something to help them, is what I keep on getting. And they'd be like, you could literally give them something to help them, and they'd be like, is this a trap? And being like, what are you talking about? You know? Yeah. Like 7, I keep on hearing like 7 of swords, and it's reversal. I don't like, I see some kind of energy here that I feel like you're trying to help somebody with their carelessness. And I feel like they feel like I feel like they are defensive, because it's almost like they refuse to admit that they're energetically careless about things. And I feel like it's impossible, because I see you literally trying to say it just to someone, trying to help them, and it's feel like they're too busy, they're too busy arguing with you to take your advice. Yeah. Like I feel like I keep on hearing, like, I feel like remiss to say this, but the ability of saying like, oh, I had an idea, you know, or you did this, right? Right? Like almost like not saying did you, but almost saying like, I don't know why, like almost like reframing the way you say something to someone, so it feels like it's in the affirmative, right? Like helping another person, in terms of saying like, I feel like there's something about the way that you're asking them questions, so they don't get so so they don't get so defensive about something, is what I keep on seeing. Bridget, 1 card on counterpart, please. Woo. Yeah. Yeah, this is, here's the thing about it. I feel like this energy feels your energy and they know you're not where they are. I don't know why, but I feel like this energy has gotten some kind of download about the fact that you are not anywhere near them. They feel like, I literally feel like somebody feels energetically called to go somewhere, right? Like it's like they're trying, like, and I feel like a lot of that is the recognition of identifying that something about their environment right now. I keep on hearing, it's almost like I feel like what's wild about it is like, I feel like somebody's eager to leave a place because they fear you'll find them there, is what I keep on seeing. Like I almost see somebody who feels so close to finding counterpart that they're trying to get away from a place as quickly as possible. Because I almost hear them saying, if I find them here, I'm stuck here forever, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's going to be some kind of story when you meet this person about them feeling like they couldn't get away from a situation fast enough. You know, like almost somebody who's like, I feel like somebody is being conscientious and being like, I don't want to put them through this drama when we get together. I need to get out of here. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, I feel like I almost see somebody who's like thinking, it's like I know they don't have a family, but they're being very family focused. I feel like they're making family focused decisions, which is somebody saying like this is no way to live, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like this is almost somebody who feels like they're trying to play catch up in some kind of way, shape, or form. Yep. And David, thank you for the follow. Thank you for helping me reach my crown goal. It's weird because I don't know why they keep getting involved. But this is what, but again, because I almost feel like I see somebody that keeps on making accusations on things you're doing, but I keep on seeing like you're not doing, like it's like they're reading into things instead of like they're telling someone the story of what they're reading into things instead of the harmlessness by which you're trying to tell someone something to help them, is what I keep on getting. Hi there, Ivana. I didn't see your question come through. I just saw if you're doing one cards. I'm in and out again. No problem, dear. David, these are one cards for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to pull a card for you. You can also get on the list for a full reading as a non-subscriber. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome, Ivana. That's the thing. I didn't ask questions. I just tell them to meet me. I agree. I understand. I mean, I feel like I know this is going to sound wild, but I feel like you already have. Like, I don't know why this person has had a wake up call. And it felt like it happened during the recent eclipse process. Hi there. How are you doing today, thumbnail? Oh, guys, apologies for that. Let me just mute that person. Just a reminder, do not reach out to people asking you to message them unless like, again, unless you're like sending me a PM so I can send you like, I always give you things when you PM me. So I give you like a link to go to the disco. I give you a coupon. Okay. So you're welcome, David. Ella, one card around their energy. This is like what, like, I feel like I see somebody exhausted, you know? I feel like I see somebody absolutely, I feel like somebody's so tired of somebody's nonsense, but not you, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, it's not you. Um, I feel like it's almost like somebody, like, it almost feels like somebody's trying to step up for you or defend you, you know? Like amplifying or articulating about, I keep on seeing it's like I almost feel like somebody being like, why are you being so hard on that person? You know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the blackbird. You know? Like I almost feel like it's somebody telling another person to like look in the mirror is what I keep on seeing. Like it's saying like it's almost like somebody saying like, don't throw stones. Like it's saying like I almost feel like somebody's like I keep hearing like don't throw stones, apples and trees, like somebody being like working through something and being like I feel like it's somebody, like, again, somebody being like, I'm not going to get between you and another person. You go talk to them about it. You know? You're welcome. I got you, Alexander. 2 cards on that scheduling. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is somebody that feels like, I feel like this is someone who has a hard time maintaining or navigating a schedule. And so I almost feel like it's somebody trying to see if you can lend assistance in some capacity, is what I keep on seeing. Or even like, I feel like I see somebody like super apologetic about it, you know, like almost like somebody apologizing and saying like, I wish we caught up sooner, or like trying to make up for the fact that like something keeps slipping off their schedule, is what I keep on getting. The frog, like, thank you for your patience kind of energy. Thank you, Mai, for the follow. Ella, it was a blackbird. Like, I literally see somebody being like, I'm not your messenger. If you've got a problem with them, take it up with them. That's not what I'm here for. You know? All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today is Nikki. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. You can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that is relevant to our readings, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Also, please remember we're doing a giveaway right now. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. All right, perfect. How you doing today, Nikki? Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, and we need to do our animal spirit guide. Thank you, Bridget. All right, I got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And we are doing an angelic guidance. Okay. You had like a very strong angelic guide coming through in our last reading for this. They had a lot to say. Can I please get, yeah. I don't know what that deck is. Hold on. 1 second. Hold on a minute. Okay. Sorry, I felt. All right. I feel like that's a part of the reading though, because I feel very compelled. I feel very compelled to use a certain deck, but I can't find the deck. Okay? And I feel like that is the part of the message of the reading. Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. There. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I totally understand. Okay, thank you. 1 second. Okay, 4 cards, please. And I'm gonna pin. Hold on. Oh, really? It sounds like your dream. Okay, well that is relevant too. Yep. One more, please. After all that one, okay, fair. Yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing about it. I feel like the reason, I think that the thing that's funny about it is that somebody around you is obsessed with form. Like it's working through, and I keep on hearing the thing with the manifestation is we ruin our manifestations when we focus too much on what we envision the future holding, right? Because often, I like to point this out, sometimes we have someone that comes towards us who looks exactly like what we had desired the manifestation to be, and they are the worst person. I keep on hearing they are the worst person you have ever met in all of existence. And I feel like, and it's funny because like, and it's funny too because they're saying to me that it's a reinterpretation of be not afraid, which is the space by which we say if you ask for things, be ready to be surprised by how they arrive to you. Because when you got your binoculars on and you're going, I'm looking for it, it doesn't, like, the thing that you're looking for is standing beside you going, what are you looking for in there? Can I help you with something? And you're like, no, 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 I'm looking for someone to help me. Oh, okay. Well, do you need any help finding them? No, no. In fact, you're in my way. And if you could just go away, I'm too busy right now. I'm too busy right now looking for the person who can help me. So you have to stop asking. You have to stop bothering me because I'm too busy. I know what they look like. I'll know them when they see them. And the man and the energy just goes, okay, okay, like that. Okay, if that's what you say, okay. But if you change your mind, if you need any help finding that person, I'm right here. Just let me know. You know, they never, and it's unbelievable. And I feel like they have to see that all the time. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. And I think I feel like that's something that's happening right now, which is like almost, and again, I feel like the modality by which, like, often recognizing the space that a manifestation will delight and surprise us by often showing us the things that we didn't even dream possible is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it's almost like the space by which another person is mourning the fact. Like I feel like you literally have to have a conversation with somebody mourning and being like, this isn't the future that I expected for you. And you almost saying, did the future you expected for me include happiness? Because what if I told you I'm happier than I've ever been in my wildest dreams, right? And this is what happens often when we pin our manifestations on the wrong things, right? So, and I feel like it's hard because I almost see somebody being like, oh, I thought that other person, like, I thought that other person was it. And you have to, like, kind of say to them, like, that person was a monster. You know what I mean? Like, you have to say, like, they might have looked good on paper. I feel like you have to have a conversation with someone being like, yeah, yeah, I know they look good on paper. But man, if you could see the inside of that place, that was a haunted house with a pretty face, right? Like, that's sometimes the situations we get into. So I feel like that's like, it's almost like the space by which I think you have to, when you experience that, don't get angry, educate is what I keep on seeing. Like, I know how easy it is to want to get frustrated, you know? Like, I know how easy it is to like want to make accusations to another person in relationality to their false premises. But I keep on hearing you do the world more service that by trying to educate, potentially and especially if you know and recognize that the feeling that is emerging from someone isn't a feeling of revulsion or hate, but more one that is them projecting their own dreams onto you, right? And this is why I keep on hearing we chase after our dreams. We chase after our own dreams. We don't pin our dreams on each other. We don't say, listen, I never got to do this dream, so now it's your dream now. Now it's your job to do that dream, right? Because often this is a situation that sometimes evolves from it, right? The observation of feeling that we're energetically disappointing someone, even as we're doing what we know is right for us. But and he's saying to someone else, like, I love, like, you almost having to hold somebody gently and say, like, listen, I know that you love those dreams, but I want you to understand that those are your dreams, right? They're not mine. And I feel like the ability by which you help another person say, and I feel like the way they're almost articulating that you heal this is saying to another person, was a part of your dream that I be happy as possible, right? And if someone says yes, and then saying to them, was the priority of that dream, like, why did you want those things for me? Did you want them so I would be happy? And if they say yes, the priority, like the goal priority of wanting those dreams was to ensure your happiness. And you have to say, and again, I feel like you keep on saying this to others, being like, I want you to entertain the possibility that you are finding me now in a moment of bliss, that you've never been happier, right? Like, I want you, like, you almost have to say to somebody, and I think it's interesting. I see you having to say this to different people in your life. Like, you have to say to someone, I keep on, and funny too, because it's the angelic messenger is the one saying, entertain the possibility, which is basically a different way of saying, be not afraid, which is somebody being like, I want you to entertain the like, I feel like to one person, you have to say, I want you to entertain the possibility that I am unlike anyone you have ever known. And I feel like to another person, you have to say, I want you to entertain the possibility that I am happier than I have ever been. And I feel like the message behind both of those messages is, don't be afraid for me. I got this. Okay, like, I got this. You're finding me in a state of bliss is what I keep on seeing. You always like, I feel like you have to start telling everybody that they're finding you in a state of bliss. And if they're feeling anxiety, then this anxiety is what they're projecting onto you, because you're like, this is not my anxiety. This is your anxiety. And it's okay, you have it, but don't put your anxiety on me, is what I keep on seeing. It's like it's requiring you to like kind of embody some kind of dolphin energy, which means like it's just like you have to let some things slide off of you. I keep on seeing you gotta let some things slide off of you, and not let it take it personally, because I keep on seeing, especially with dolphin energy, right, when you're saying, like, when you're navigating bliss and you allow something to slide off of you, you prevent getting harpooned by another person's anxiety. So letting it effectively, like, don't let it mess with your bliss, is what I keep on hearing. And that's what I keep on seeing. And that's why it's interesting that I said I felt, and it was beautiful too, because the way the angelic messenger sent it was that they got very insistent that I use a certain deck. And I literally said, I'm like, I have no idea where that deck is. And they're like, well, I want to use that deck. And then when I said, like, I was like, this is ridiculous, I'm not doing this. And I sat back down, I pulled the deck. They were like, no, that's actually the deck I wanted. And I was like, but that's the thing, the space by which going through, right, like going through the energetic journey of understanding the process by which, when we move in the direction of others' desires, we find the things that we need. And so, and I think it's really important by the fact that even when the only card I needed to draw from this deck was the Two of Swords, and it's a very unique Two of Swords. It's very unlike other Two of Swords that we see, because it's the amplification of, it's almost very much more like a see no evil, speak no evil, right? And so it's speaking towards the fact that, like, I keep on hearing, don't defend against another person's anxieties, which is like when they say something to you ridiculous, don't fight back against it. Just say, that's absurd. Right? It's like when somebody says they see something that is clearly not there, don't get in the space of arguing with them about it. Right? I keep on hearing, don't get in an argument about arguing over the imaginary color of something that's not happening is all I keep on hearing. Write it down. Don't get in the habit of arguing about the color of something that is not happening, because the modality by which another person, that's the sound of someone winding you up in their own fears. And the next thing you know, you're having a ridiculous conversation with someone about something that never even occurred, but is only exists in their head. And the more that you argue it, the more you solidify it, because they're like, oh, your argument is validation that they're on the right track. So I feel like it's a space by which you say, like, I'm not having, I keep wondering, you can say to someone, you can literally say to someone, I care about you. And I respectfully am not having this conversation because what you're saying literally is not happening and literally does not make sense. And I'm not going to reinforce your delusion with my argument about it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. That's how we do so lovingly, right? It's the ability, it's like, again, it's not allowing, like when another person, like I keep on hearing, like when another person starts projecting upon their fears, right? The modality by which we start to feel the same anxiety, like it's like I keep on hearing, it's like don't like I keep on hearing, you have to take some kind of dolphin energy to something. And I keep on hearing dolphins allow things to slide off their back because they're like, instead because I keep on hearing, like the minute someone comes towards you with something ridiculous and you make a big deal out of it, now it's a thing, is what I keep on hearing. So often, like I feel like those modalities by which you say, like, we're not going there, I'm not doing that, like it's just, I keep on hearing it's that simple, right? That is the sound of you honoring your no. And when others honor your no, I keep on hearing, as long as you can explain your no, it's okay, is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality by which you can articulate to another the reasons by which you're going to decline to do something is the force of you being able to articulate and feel energetically supportive. And I keep on seeing, like we support, like when we care about each other, we protect each other's bliss, and we only bring anxieties to each other if the anxieties feel like they're well grounded in fact, right? So I feel like there's something very important about that. And I feel like a lot of the work that I feel like a lot of the work that I feel like I see you doing right now is like, and I keep on hearing, like, this is the sound of you energetically maturing, which is the space by which you can see somebody and you can see their anxiety and say, like, I know it's coming from a good place, but I got this, right? Like the minute you stop arguing, you say, I've got this, is the minute that they'll stop fearing, right? Thank you so much for having, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I feel like, I do feel like I've got one more bottom of the deck. And again, and I feel like, again, right? I keep on hearing, recognize the fear behind the anxiety, right? Don't get into the argumentation point. Ask about what the fear is, right? So when somebody's bringing anxiety to you, don't get into an anxiety battle. Say, what are you afraid of? What is the source of the anxiety? What is the anxiety behind the frustration, so that we can begin to work to heal that, is what I keep on hearing. So don't get invested in the surface argument. Look for the source of the anxiety and work from there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment. Where'd you come from? Okay. Yeah, and I feel like too, like, I feel like it's okay. I feel like there's something about saying to another person, we can put a pin in that, is what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like there's something about, like, the ability to enjoy something, you know? Like, I feel like, I don't know why you almost having to say to someone, like, like almost saying like, we don't need to talk about it now, but something I'd like you to think about so that when we come back, we can have a good conversation about it, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like there's something about writing down some thought points, is what I keep on saying. Like almost saying to another person, like, look, I don't want to get into something now, but I want to kind of convey some thought points or things I've been thinking about, is what I keep on hearing. I just keep on hearing like I just keep on hearing something about conveying thought points, which is like to say to another person, like, I just kind of want to give you some time to percolate on this and then get your feedback on it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. All right, I'm going to continue to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3. I think I just saw somebody else get on the list. I feel like it slid by very quickly, so I'm trying to confirm. All right. User's back. Excellent. One second. I'm just reading over the comments from Nikki. I lovely. Oh, I love. Oh, hi, puppy. I love that. I haven't seen them before. Hold on. All right. Did I see your comment? Hold on, Ruby. I'm going back to find it. Tired in general, but so I can see that you're exhausted from the situation. But that's why I feel like I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing, like, I feel like don't project your exhaustion on another person. Because I just keep on seeing, it's like I keep on getting attention, like attention moves in non-intentional ways. It's like, it's not, I feel like being able to express that frustration to someone is like, it's like when somebody when somebody misses our energy, but they're not being positive about it. They don't care if they bring out frustration versus positivity, so long as they feel like content, that they feel like they can have an effect over someone. I know it's hard. And thank you again for the follow, Mai. Was that the comment you mentioned, Ruby? Yeah, as you say that, my timer went off. Oh, fascinating, Nikki. It sounds like my dream. The dream from yesterday about not being able to go. Yes, very similar. Very similar. Yeah. Yep. Oh my gosh, yes. Thank you for the help, Nikki. Wow, you weren't also searching for a person in your dream too. No, they were searching. They were also searching for a person. This is so real. The picture perfect partner in their eyes turned out to be a nightmare for me. We just had this convo the other night. Like, what about my happiness? Thank you for confirmation on the reading. Exactly. Haunted house that looked good on paper. Yeah, when they make side remarks about current partner, I try hard not to get upset. Yeah. I feel like that's a Sagittarius in someone. Do they have Sagittarius placements? Sagittarius sometimes have bad tendency of saying something, like a dig that digs too deep. It's like those with Sagittarius. Anybody with Sagittarius placements knows that. Being like, it's like you think of it and you say it, and then you don't realize that, like, it doesn't feel like a small dig. It feels like a sting. Yep. Triple Libra. Wow. Yep. Yeah, I waited. I was waiting. Been looking for you, user. Yeah, you're next. Yeah, I've got that for real. Not my anxiety. Ride the wave. Ride the wave. Exactly. Oh my gosh, the Two of Swords makes so much sense. Yeah, the Queen. I keep on hearing like the Queen of Debating, which is saying again. But you notice that Queen of Swords was no the sword. Like, it was not like the Two of Swords was not the typical Two of Swords, being like, I'm not going to talk. Like, I don't see it because it's not there. I don't speak it because it's not happening, is what I keep on hearing. Ivana. Oh, is that for your one card, dear? Okay, one card for Ivana on what they can do to align with highest life purpose. I feel like you need to look, you have to think each day about what you would do if there were no obstacles. And then say, in reality, why can't you do that? Like, are the obstacles that you're expressing actually an illusion from doing the things that you would do if there were no obstacles? I keep on hearing, yeah, like start from the hurdle free approach. Start from the hurdle-free approach and then assume that position is what I keep on seeing. Which is like, I feel like there's something about like removing negative self-talk and being like, I don't have enough of this to do that. Be like, what if I did? Okay, that's what I would do. Why can't I do that now? Is what I keep on seeing. Like closing the loop between what one would do if you could versus what one can't do by recognizing that there's a possibility in between. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, this is important because this is exactly what you came here to do. Right? This negative self-talk and relationality to things that you say are hurdles. I keep on seeing some of these hurdles you made the conscientious choice of having right now to be able to say, I'm going to do it anyway, and then getting much better at it. I keep on hearing this is about you connecting. This is not about a limitation. This is about reconnecting with something that you're very good at, that you forgot that you are, is what I keep on hearing. It's okay, Ivana. I love this response, and oh, I'm so glad this helps, Ella. Yeah, especially during this retrograde. Yeah, because sometimes I feel bad for just being like, nope. But I keep on hearing it's okay. It's okay. Like it's okay to nullify upon something that's not happening. And I keep on hearing that is not refusing. That's not refusing to talk about things. That's refusing to occupy the space of the imaginary, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, I'm an over-explainer, so it's hard just to say we're not going there. I know. That's what I keep on seeing. That's a challenge right now. This is everything I've been trying to employ the last few days. I'm so glad that that's confirmation. Let this, if that's something you've been employing, let this be reference about the fact that angelic guide, it's not going unnoticed. Okay. I got you, Bryn. Oh, okay. Oh, Alexandra, you were the one that got back on the list. I love it. Okay. And for anybody else who's joining us, we've got 3 more spots before the list will be closed today. La Chica, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name correctly, please be sure to correct me. All right. Not the put a pin in it. Yes, you're right. It's rough in these energetic streets. Exactly. I got you on the list, Bryn. You're welcome, user. And thank you, Sasanda, for the follow. Yeah, I'm usually pretty lighthearted about the things he does because it reminds me of Tangled. I've never seen that movie, but like I keep on hearing like the thing you need to remember right now, Ruby, I just keep on hearing the cone, angry baby does not get bottle, which is the fact that babies are never angry. The minute a baby is angry, it's no longer a baby anymore. Is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, I don't know. Let me in. What's the password? Open the door, not even close. Is that, I guess I have to watch that movie. No, you have nothing to apologize for, Ivana. This retrograde, here's the thing, there's a million retrogrades happening right now. It's easier to talk about the planets that are not in retrograde. Mercury, which has nothing to do with a lot of the things we're experiencing right now. I feel like Mercury being in retrograde and Sag is actually helping us, is coming out of retrograde on the 29th. So it might, I feel like it's going to ease things, but we still have a lot of planets that are still navigating the retrograde energy. If you could hold good, I would appreciate that because we are. Ruby, you are after. I've got you. So I'll read the list for those who are on the list right now. The list I have right now is user, Bridget, Ruby, Bryn, and Alexandra. And if anybody else wants to get on, I've got 3 spots available. Lyra, thank you for the follow. You know English. Oh, really? That's fascinating, Alexandra. English wasn't spoken in my house, so I learned idioms from this life a lot this year. Oh, that's wild. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It feels never, I know it feels never ending. It's a very weary eclipse cycle. Retrograde cycle. All right, we're going to continue right now. User, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific reading question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I've got 3 spots left today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. All right, I'm not, user, if you're putting a question in again, I'm not seeing it arriving, so it might be getting filtered. Second call. Second call. Okay, if they're not here, we're going to continue forward. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond? If you can you, it's the retrograde. Can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Excellent. I know you're here. And while we wait for Bridget's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. It's on the disco. Thank you. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire dragon. What do we got? What's going on, Bridget? Why we got a fire dragon out? Hold on a minute. And is this inside tea or outside tea? Okay. You finally got one, Ivana. Good job. You did. I will point out there are multiple dragons in this deck. So we usually like to, much like I tell people with birds, it's helpful if you determine which dragon you're looking for. Okay, we got outside is fine here, but congratulations, dear. All right, I've got Bridget. I feel like I'm in ice cream energy when it comes to my counterpart. I can feel them as if they're right in front of me, but forever out of reach. Can I have 2 cards from my higher self about this exact feeling and 2 cards to help me shift my mindset so it doesn't feel like suffering? Oh, I got 5 cards coming out. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, wow. Yeah. I can see why this is so painful. I mean, I'm just going to show you these cards. So this is really speaking towards, and I feel like this is the thing about it. I feel like the thing you need to recognize, I want you to think of this as like beacon energy. Okay? This is a good thing. Because I keep on getting, like, I know if it's like, I keep wondering if it's bittersweet right now, congratulations. Because I feel like this is the sound of you not looking. I keep on hearing like your guide's literally saying, this is the sound of you, like not looking at a square shape and demanding a circle is what I keep on seeing. This is what it feels like not to be in a space by which you're looking at someone and being like, maybe it's them, clearly recognizing that it doesn't feel right. This is you kind of like knowing. I keep wondering, this is you knowing what it feels like to avoid. I keep wondering, knowing what it feels like to avoid a situation by which I keep on hearing somebody energetically. I keep on hearing like, this is going to protect you from a situation where someone looked like everything that you expected your energetic manifestation to be, like the counterpart, but did not feel like it, is what I keep on seeing. Right? And I feel like there's something about that. And I keep on hearing, like, I want you to think. That's how I want you to experience it. I want you to recognize, I'm hearing really strongly from your guides, it's a form of protection. This is how the counterpart is protecting you. You're not going to miss it. Is what I know you miss it, but that's what's going to prevent you from missing it. I know it stinks, because I keep on seeing the fact that you can almost, like, I keep on hearing, like that's, I keep on seeing they can't be there. Like, I literally have a situation of someone and they're feeling it too, right? They can't feel it, like they can't be there. But I feel like this is hold music. This is you, and I keep on getting, this is you knowing they exist, because anything that exists, anything we feel, must exist. And I can see the fact that you feel it very tangibly. I can see the fact that you've been doing a lot of work on healing, and even in the space by which you're healing, like that ability of being able to identify and recognize the energetic frequency of counterpart. Every time you feel this right now, I want you to write down circle of protection. I want you to write down circle of protection. It's a circle of protection. And I know that it feels like, I know that it feels frustrating. And I know that, like, I know the fact that it feels like you can't, like, tangibly identify or find the, like, or like, I see you being like, and here's the thing, I want you, and I feel like there's a message that comes through on this. It says, go about your business as if you are in partnership. Right? Go about your business as if you are in partnership. Because I also see the fact of you kind of coming into a space of confidence on this is not you having to walk around wondering when you meet someone, is this them? Is this them? I feel like it's going to be a situation between you and another person that's going to be like on site. It's going to be on site. It's going to be on site. Like, rest assured, I keep on seeing this feeling is the reassurance point that when you meet this person, there's not going to be any of that wiggle in terms of, like, being like, I wonder if. I just keep on hearing it's going to be on site. You're going to be like, there, right there. I keep on getting. And I mean, like that, and it does say here, give the energy a chance to, like, give the energy a chance to regulate when you guys come into energetic contact. Because I keep on saying sometimes that takes a minute, is what I keep on getting. Don't let first meeting jitters. Don't let first meeting jitters get in the way of that connection, is what I keep on seeing. But I keep on hearing the best way to kind of go about it right now as you're navigating it. I know it doesn't help, because you're having the opposite problem. I need to stress this. Your guides are literally saying you're having the opposite problem, the situation that you used to have, which I keep on seeing you kind of being in connection with someone you desperately wanted it to feel right with, but it couldn't. And I keep wondering, doesn't that hurt more? I keep wondering, doesn't that hurt more? Doesn't it hurt more to be in a situation where you're waiting for it to become that feeling and it never does? I keep on hearing there's something about that, and they keep on articulating the fact that I keep on hearing, like, that hurts more, because I feel like it was amplifying. Like, I keep on hearing it was that feeling of kind of trying to spin your wheels to make it feel that way. And I keep on hearing, like, I almost feel like you had those brief moments, right? I keep on hearing those brief moments shouldn't have taken so much legwork. You shouldn't have to cultivate that energy in someone, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing, like, the thing about it is, like, and I keep on getting the reason you're feeling like that is because the counterpart is going to feel like that with them all the time. It's not going to be a few bright spots. It's not going to be a few bright spots in a bleak existence. It's just going to be like that all the time, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like that, and I told you, remember when I said circle of protection? That energy is protecting you from going back to whatever that other situation was. You realize that, right? The energy is already protecting you. It's very, I told you, it's like bear energy. It's very protective. They can't even be there. So they're there in energetic spirit to prevent you from going back to a situation where someone was able to create that feeling in a couple of bright spots. But I keep on hearing a couple of bright spots does not a healthy relationship make. And so I keep on hearing like they're giving you that good, they're giving you that good medicine. They're giving you that good medicine, even from a distance, that is that is preventing you from going back to something that was not good for you, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like the thing I keep on seeing is like I keep on hearing the things you need to write down right now are circle of protections hurt so good. Which is like circle of protections hurt so good because it's not agony, it's excitement, is what I keep on hearing. It's not agony. It's not agony in terms of going through something and wondering why it can't be the way that one desires. It's the energetic excitement of what you know is ahead of you. So I keep on seeing, I keep on hearing, conduct yourself as if you're in partnership, because you are energetically. It was like the rest. Yeah, I keep on seeing like the rest. Now it's just a matter of meeting. That was now it's just a matter of meeting, and I keep on seeing. And I feel like it's funny because I see you like kind of taking this like finders keepers approach to things right now, which is like follow your bliss right now. Remember, I keep on telling you follow your bliss right now. Because if you know the energetic feeling and you're looking for them, the best thing you can do right now is conduct yourself like you're in partnership. Go to the places that you know that you will go to with them. Take yourself on dates. Continue going about your business as though one is already in the relationship. Because I keep on saying, if you're following the feeling and the only thing you're missing is the embodiment of them, I guarantee that you following your bliss as you're navigating that feeling is going to draw you in the right energetic direction. And that I'm not saying to go on a quest. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying to you. Do not misunderstand the words coming out of my face. I am not saying going on a quest. And going on a quest is like trying to utilize that feeling like a metal detector. Don't do that. I mean, do the things that would make you happy, that you could imagine that you would be doing if you were in partnership. Go about your business as if you're already in partnership. And if you keep on getting energy that is in partnership doesn't go around looking for partner. Energy in partnership does not go around looking for partner. They're in partnership. They do the things that one would do if they were already actively within partnership. So don't break out the metal detector, break out the happiness meter is what I keep on hearing. Don't break out the metal detector, break out the happiness meter. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, thank you. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who, they're saying to write it down. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience it. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. I know you're impatient. I would be impatient too. I can't even imagine. No, I can see this. Are you kidding me? Yeah. This is like, Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, I figured some kind of dragon. Yep. Yeah. Hi there, cool beans. And yeah, I know who they are now. Yeah, energetically, it's like they're right here, but not. I feel like every time I step outside, I'll run into them, but then I don't. I don't believe it will be on, I do believe it'll be on site. Yes, trying to create it hurt more. Thank you, Aaron, for also receiving this message. Yeah, and I keep on hearing this energy is protecting you from going back to the past. Yeah, I keep sending them the same energy, not going back to their past. That's beautiful. It's excitement most of the time, but sometimes it feels long. I totally see this. Yeah, I love that. Conduct yourself as if you're in partnership. Yeah, I'm still getting out of my comfort zone. Okay, I hear you. Yes, and they'll fit right into your life because it's already shaped for the energy to flow. Tap to claim, Julia. I wouldn't break, no, don't break out the metal detector. Yeah, I know retrograde is, no, the retrograde is going to make this extra hard because I keep on hearing with this retrograde, it's like Jupiter retrograding in Cancer, it's never going to happen. You know what I mean? Like it feels impossible until I keep on hearing until it feels impossible until it's common practice. It feels impossible until it's common practice. Write it down. Everin, no, that was a very well framed reading that Bridget asked in relationality to her connection, the energetic connection she feels to counterpart right now. Good to see you today. All right, the next person we're reading for is user back. If use is not back, the next person on the list today is Ruby. Ruby, I think you're sending notes over in the disco. Is this inside tea or outside tea? And if while we wait for Ruby's question, thank you. Let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, it's funny, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stag. All right. Makes sense for what I'm picking up. Oh, and the water dragon. Hold on. We've got to take these out. These are part of your reading. Ugh. Yep, that makes perfect sense. Hold on. Ooh, we got a dream interpretation. Yay! And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also, just a reminder, we're at 29K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. And also, if you are interested, if you are a superfan who would like access to our superfan only disco channel, just message me a disco icon and I will send you the access link. If you would like information, if you would like a special discount on our classes, the class that we took last week is now up for our paid subscribers. Message me the word class and I'll send you a special coupon code. And if you would like to, what was the other one? I always forget. If you would like information about our trip that we have coming up in August, our tarot retreat in Italy, message me the word trip and I'll send you the link to that as well. All right. And got it. Okay. So it can be outside. Okay, thank you for confirming. All right, what do we have here? I'm going to read the dream that is appropriate. I am going to read the dream that is appropriate to be read. And again, I'm going to pin up Ruby. Make sure to give Ruby some love. In the first part of the dream, my past partner came up to me and said they needed to talk to me. I told him, nope, and walked away. He kept talking, saying he needed to apologize for something, but I said no again and kept walking. I ignored him completely, kept going, and slammed the sliding door in his face. He then he followed me outside. He said it was about the person I was dating, even though I wasn't dating anyone. He just assumed I was. I didn't respond and kept walking. He kept saying that this person didn't want someone at the hospital with me and didn't want anyone in the room with me. I still ignored him and kept going. Then another person ran by, and I noticed, I believe that this is the current partner of this individual, and I noticed that my ex wasn't wearing their ring. I went to run after her, but I only tried for a second before I stopped because I knew I wasn't a fast runner. She ended up rolling her ankle. I automatically sighed and bent down to help her carry her upper body. While I was helping her, I looked down and realized she wasn't wearing her ring either, even though they're supposed to be engaged. I remember feeling confused about that. Then the dream shifted, and suddenly we were in a war. I just remember shooting and looking around as gunfire started, and some people had to leave. Then it shifted again, and I was inside looking out a window at a group of people outside. Some people were just playing with water balloons and messing around, but there was still a live war happening in the background at the same time, so everything was mixed together. Whoever was with me said the bad guys were wearing blue with a name on their uniforms. And I said, how are we even supposed to see that? They said they had no idea. Then, then we walked to the center of a field and saw someone in a huge, oversized panda costume standing on a table. When we walked up to them, they turned around and looked at us. And that's when I realized that it was a girl. She pulled her hood off, and immediately everyone started yelling that she had a thing that goes boom. We all knew she was one of the bad guys the second we saw her. Everyone started running away, and I think it went boom, but I woke up right as it was going off. Side note, in the physical world, this person, my ex, wasn't wearing his oh, I think you went to write ring, but you wrote they weren't wearing their dream when they showed up at my door with my consent. I want 3 cards about the dream and the last about the leap of faith dreams, please. Okay. I'm going to pin up. Can I please get 4 cards, please? I got 4. Yep, this is the leap. Yep, and here's the thing about it. The dream is about the difference between, and it's very much in alignment in relationality to what we've been reading in the Daily Collective, because the dream is effectively a conversation with the higher guides as to what chivalry means. Okay? Because it says, and saying, pay attention to someone who feels that they are being chivalrous, but in fact, their chivalry is actually cloaking emotionality. And we see this happening throughout the space of the dream, right? Why? Because the first thing we recognize is the masculine energy in this dream comes running up to you. And what do they immediately say? You have to talk to me. And why do they say they have to talk to you? They go, I want to apologize. I am trying to protect you from something, right? And so it's a conversation. I need to point out, they articulated first that they needed to apologize, but they never apologized to you. Instead of apologizing, they immediately started to say, you're in danger. You need to be wary of something. So the first message in the dream is a guide message that says, be wary of someone that claims they need to apologize, but instead of apologizing, are really trying to deliver messages, right? They recognize the fact that you weren't going to give them the time of day for a conversation. So instead, they came towards you in the way that they thought that you would like you would give them an ear. They carried the false torch of an apology just so that you would give them the time of day. And you knew them well enough. And this is the funny thing about the dream. Even in the dream space, somebody tried to come towards you with the false torch of an apology. And you know this energy so well that even in the dream space, you're like, don't talk to me. You're like, I don't. Wrong door. You know them so well that even in the dream space, you're like, I know that you would never apologize. Like, that's how far afield the idea that this energy would apologize is. You're like, this is simply not happening. And so what did they do? They dropped the theatrics. They stopped the illusion. They stopped the illusion that they were ever trying to apologize in the first place, and they just cut to the chase, because even in the dream space, that an apology is too far afield to ask from this energetic person. That's the first thing to note. And so again, that's why you saw them. This is literally them. Somebody saying, I owe you an apology. You're in danger. Being like, there's that false apology, right? I'm doing the noble thing. No, you're not. You're just using the noble thing as an excuse to be able to say anything. And so what is the thing that they say to you when they come to you, right? They delivered a warning. Okay, what did the warning they delivered? You said they warned you about the person they were dating. And what did they say? They said they won't let someone at the hospital with you. They don't want anyone in the room with you. Well, that's interesting, because what does that indicate? Why would someone know that? Why would someone know? Why would someone go to you and say, hey, the person you're dating won't let anyone into the hospital? How could someone possibly know that that is the case unless they try to get in there? So again, somebody who is misreading the situation, somebody who is trying, right, an ex trying to get into a hospital room with you, trying to become vulnerable to you, and saying you've got a problem there. Someone being like, you need to be careful of that person who cares about you, the person that you're in a relationship with. They won't let me see you. They won't let me in. They won't let me in to see you, which again, obviously, right? If there was a situation by which you were in a hospital and an ex shows up, it's very reasonable, and especially if you were in the case by which you could not articulate or speak for yourself, it would be very, very reasonable, especially if there's volatility, for someone to say, I'm afraid you can't go in there. They're not in a good state. But what are they saying? They're delivering it like a warning. They're saying you got to watch out for that person. That person is not looking out for your best interest. Why? Because they won't let me, who's hurt you, in to see you. So it's showing the way another person's mind works in the space by which they feel like they're doing the noble thing, but they're missing the plot in relationality to the fact that they are the source of the danger. So that is the modality. And we see this even in the space by which you articulated. And what were you trying to do the whole time this person kept trying to come towards you? You were trying to get away from them, right? So it's the understanding that we can welcome a healthy conversation, but we never force a healthy conversation, because it becomes an unhealthy confrontation. Come back here. Why are you running away, right? As someone runs faster and another person chases after us. It's the modality by which this person isn't recognizing that they are the source by which others are trying to protect you from. The amplification of this, and that's why we see you've learned this, right? Even in the dream space, you've learned this about this person, because we see that even your dream self, what are they doing? You're not giving them the time. You're not letting them become vulnerable to you. You're not taking them as a source of truth. That's why you're ignoring them, right? You're not giving them the opportunity to put those seeds of doubt in you. However, you then saw the person that they're with. And what were they doing? They're doing the same thing that you used to do. They're running, right? And they're running. Where are they going? They're running. And what happens? And you try to chase after them because you potentially understand what's going on. They're going through the same thing that you used to go through. And here's the thing, this person talks about the fact that they're worried that you're in danger and the fact that you're in a hospital. But then what happens to their counterpart as they're articulating upon the fact that you're in danger? They hurt themselves and trying to get away from someone. And who is there to rescue them? Is it that person? No, it's you. Where's the care? Where's the care being directed? And I wouldn't be surprised if there were modalities in the past wherein, again, you were telling someone that you were hurting while in relationship with them, and their concern was overly on energy outside of partnership, because this is speaking towards the fact that somebody potentially has boundary issues in relationality to the fact that when we're in relationship, while we care about everyone, we prioritize the care of counterpart first and foremost. So even in the space by which you identified that their current partner was running away and they weren't wearing their ring, you could tell the fact that there was something happening between them, which would make a lot of sense, because now they're not wearing the ring. And what are they doing? They're knocking on your door, and you're like, you know that you've heard this one before, okay? But this person's now really hurt. And it's showing how far you go not to have hard feelings, right? It's not the fact that you're ignoring anybody. And this is the guide showing you the fact that you're not ignoring because you're being cruel, because your cruelty immediately dissipates in the modality by which you recognize that someone genuinely needs help. So that is the identification point in you grabbing this person and helping them, even regardless, right? Regardless of what's happening, you know what the right thing to do is. And so that is the guidance point in the fact of the guides kind of showing you and saying you're not being callous, or someone trying to say that you're being callous. You're not being callous. You're just recognizing what truly requires care. You then said, you were then shifted and you were in a war. And you said that there was a lot of pew-pewing going on. And you were looking around for where the source of the gunfire was. And you said some people had to go. And then it shifted again. Okay? And this is important because that could often create the situation where you said there's a lot of volatility in the experience that you just had with someone. Who is the source of the damage? Right? This is you trying to figure out who's in the wrong here. Are you in the wrong not speaking to the ex? Or are you in the wrong in helping the counterpart? Well, this is, again, the guides are helping you because they're giving you an allegory to help interpret what just happened. And you said the dream shifted. And you said that you were in a room, and you were inside, and you were looking out the window at a group of people outside. And some people were just playing with water balloons and messing around. But there was still a live war happening in the background at the same time, so everything was mixed up. And this is the space by which we talk about our feelings, because actually the danger of our feelings are like water, and we talk a lot here about water being the truth. And the thing about it is when we are not being conscientious or caring, our truth can hurt others, right? It's all a matter of how we deliver truth that shows us the difference between something that feels energetically supportive versus someone trying to deliver truth in a way that's harmful. You just had this happen in the space by which potentially your past person came towards you and said, hey, your current person won't let me into the hospital, which is a space by which they say they won't let me anywhere near you, which could be true. But did you notice the way that they phrased it? They didn't say they're not letting me near you because they're worried that I am someone that is a danger to you. They are just trying to make you feel, they're trying to give you truth in a way that makes it feel like something they're doing is a violation to you. So that is effectively someone mishandling their water balloon, right? They're not looking for the things that need to be delivered with gravity, and they're the most dangerous because they're not being mindful about what they know. They're just utilizing it in a way to get what they want. They're not giving you the full picture. Then that brings us to the space by which you then flashed to finally, you got to that final point in the dream where you articulated that you said that there were bad guys outside and they were wearing a particular color and there was a particular name on all of the uniforms. And you said, how are we even supposed to see that? And you said that they had no idea. Now, the hard part about this is the space by which you identified, and I need to stress this too, there is a lot of similarity between the name, and I would actually, and this is where we kind of hit the uncanny valley of the dreamscape. I would be very conscientious to ask you what the name on, if the name on the uniform carries any historical or karmic significance to you. Because the truth is, it's very similar to the name of the counterpart. There's something that is more deeply to be investigated there. This is the limitation of my reading, because in order to explore that, I would need to move into a deeper reading with you to understand if there is some kind of history with that name. The important thing that we can gravitate upon is blue. And I believe the blue is to indicate that there's a level or degree of safety that you feel in relationality to the energy wearing blue. Because blue often speaks about peace. It often speaks about energy that is working on the side of trying to create peaceful conditions. There's the connection point to blue is often one that speaks towards pacification. And even the name that was indicative on the name that is indicative on the clothes that you mentioned could also be working in that way, like trying to facilitate something positive. But it's hard to tell from a distance. It's hard to tell somebody utilizing the truth in an authentic way versus someone who utilizes the truth just to get what they desire. And then you said in the final part of the dream, you walked to the center of a field, and there was somebody in an oversized panda costume standing on a table. This is a pedestalized partnership, okay? And then you said when you walked up to them, they turned around and looked at you, and you realized that it was a feminine energy. You said they pulled their hood off, and you immediately, everyone started yelling that they had a kaboom object, okay? And you knew, and I need to stress this, and this is what's like what we have to investigate in the dream. You said we knew that it was them that was a bad guy simply because of their visage, simply because of their face. And you said everyone started running away, and I think there was a kaboom, but you woke up right as it was going off. But here's the thing I need to stress, and this is actually showing you are the girl standing on the table in the panda costume. Because when we look, when we position circumstances or situations in a way that we effectively create, and like I need to point this out. Did you see how when that moment came, okay, you said that nobody asked them any questions. Nobody, you said, and I need to point this out, you never saw the fact that she had anything. You heard somebody say it, right? You heard someone say she has one, and everybody jumped to the conclusion and they ran away from them. And you did not see the explosive, nor did you stop to ask them. When we jump to assumptions and when we believe others, right, without checking, right? And it's not to say, and this is actually giving the answer in relationality to how you can notice what is true. Healthy statements answer inquiry. Where did you hear that? Who told you that? How do you know that? Right? When we base things off of immediate assumptions, we allow the context by which others can be blamed for things. So that modality or the experience, right? You said Somebody felt like they were put upon a table. They were put in a costume, right? When we create circumstances or situations by which, and then we can articulate and be like, look, right? This is potentially working through the fact that it often feels like that past partner would leave you holding the responsibility for things that were their responsibility, right? The ability to project the blame onto you, right? By trying, and I keep on hearing like working through, and the thing with a panda is it's black and white, right? Like the observation of effectively not going through the process of understanding the nuance of situations, but energy that just navigates from first blush. It's easy when we navigate from first blush to rush in terms of our determinations. And that's why you thought that it exploded, but you woke up, because you'll never know, because you never bothered to stay to check. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, right? It's working through the unhealthy karmic pattern of someone trying to create alarm in another person, so then they can say, look, they're out of, like, look at them. They're not right. They're not well, right? The modality by which another person is working through the context of creating situations where they create a lot of distress in another individual. And then they try to articulate upon the fact that they don't hold any responsibility in knowing why someone is energetically distressed, but almost articulating upon the fact that somebody is doing something in a way that is overly anxious or overly worried about something. So this is potentially articulating or showing you situations or circumstances where someone is always trying to create a high level of anxiety in you, to be able to articulate to others and say, like, yeah, I don't know what's gotten into them. They're always really, really panicked when I see them, failing to articulate the reasons by which they're creating panic within you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots available for today. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 35.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be offering a gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Absolutely. Yep. Showed up without my consent. Yep. So Caden, these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you have to do is send the donation. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. We're also going to do 1 card readings for superfans later. If you'd like to become a superfan, you'll be eligible for a 1 card. How are you doing today, B Jazzy? Yeah, if I've been asking myself what the name could be about. That's going to require its own level of inquiry. We'd have to go into some deeper work with that. I used to love the name on the clothes. Oh, that's important. If I had a boy, I was going to give them that name. So again, integrity. You associate that name with integrity. So that makes perfect sense. How can you tell someone utilizing the truth with integrity? I just came in and heard the random costume. Yes. Grand Rising, Estevan. I had someone in a wolf costume. No, the panda means, like, I keep on hearing, like, the panda is like the in the context of this dream, the space by which someone else is trying to create, not creating something with a nuanced brush, right? Like not giving all of the details to something, right? Like not, like, I keep on hearing, like skipping the finer important points of a situation to be able to, like, paint something in broad strokes to serve their own purposes. Grand Rising, Estevan. Oh, I'm so glad it went well. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Oh, that makes my heart so much feel so good. Thank you so much, dear. I'm so happy to hear that. Her running by was so odd because it's like she wanted us to follow her. She didn't want us to follow her. She wanted him to follow her, is what I see. But who ended up following her? You did. Yeah. Community of friends. Thank you. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. I'm over the moon about that. I'm doing well, Be Jazzy. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today is Bryn. Just a reminder, if anybody would like to get on the list, we've got 3 spots today before the list is closed. You're so welcome, Ruby. Sending you support on that journey, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to read for your dream. Just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for a dream, you can send that information on the notes, in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Just a reminder, we are doing here 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more. For my subscribers, Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, dream interpretation. We also do pet readings, animal spirit guide readings. We also do mind, body, spirit readings, Akashic readings, and love readings. If you have information that's relevant, as I mentioned, you can put it in the notes or send it over in the subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Also, if you are interested in joining our disco channel, if you are a subscriber, all you need to do is send me a note with a disco GIF and I'll add you. I'll send you the invite. If you would like to learn, if you would like a special discount on our class program, you can send me the word class and I'll send you that discount code. And if you would like information on our unique tarot trip to Italy, just message me the word trip. Hi there, how are you doing today? I got you, Bryn, good to see you. The confirmation of him showing up to my door without it yesterday is the weirdest part. I feel like it's almost I feel like that's articulating. Like it almost says like, I keep on hearing like prepare for someone potentially putting more attention to you. I would say I wouldn't be surprised if you notice a cycle that whenever something's going rough with them, they're more. I keep on hearing they're putting more attention on you. Is what I keep on saying. Yeah. How are you doing today, Ava? All right, Bryn. I'm still waiting for your question to come through, but as we wait for Bryn's question, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I've got the card. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm still waiting. Bryn, I haven't seen your question come through, so you might need to rephrase it if you posted it because it got filtered. Absolutely, you can do a life path. I'm going to pin up Bryn here. Guys, make sure to give Bryn some love. All right. All right, 4 cards, please. All right, let's talk a little bit about this retrograde energy. Okay, you're going to like, I'm just going to say something to you to help you navigate whatever's going on right now. Okay? Tall trees require deep roots. Tall trees require deep roots. I want you to write that down. Okay? because I feel like I see some energetic, I see a lot of energetic fluctuation happening around you right now. But it's not necessarily negative fluctuation, is what I keep on seeing. Because and I feel like the thing about working through that to a certain extent is, and I would not be surprised if you're kind of going about your day and you feel like everything's fine, and then all of a sudden, like, boom, shadow work is what I keep on getting. Do, 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 boom, shadow. Like that. I've been seeing this a lot right now for some energy. Like particularly during this retrograde cycle. And ever since Pluto came out, ever since Pluto came out of retrograde, and this is very par for the course for the energy that we're experiencing right now, because we've got like Venus, Pluto, and Mars in stationing direct in the midst of everything else, being in a retrograde cycle. So it's like either everything's great, it's something that feels like everything feels very good, or sometimes feels like I keep on getting like I keep on hearing like, and the beat drops is what I keep on hearing. I want you to think about it like that. I know. I want you to think about it like that. I just want you to think about it like, and the beat drops sometimes. And that's okay. Sometimes the beat drops and we're not out of alignment. If the energy is such that the beat drops. Write it down. You're not out of alignment if the beat's dropping. Don't overly internalize if the beat drops. Sometimes the beat drops is what I keep on getting. And I know it feels very like, and I'm telling you, everybody right now is like working through the context of feeling like you could hear a pin drop in this. It's not that big a deal, right? Things aren't that like, it's like, and I got to tell you, the reason you're potentially feeling that too is because Jupiter's in Cancer, right? Jupiter's in Cancer, and it's also in retrograde. So it often can create that feeling where like, and I like to point this out, it's helping us heal our relationship to solemnity. But the thing, we were talking about this the whole time during today's Daily Collective, the thing with solemn energy is that when we're in a trauma-informed environment, we can't navigate solemn energy. We cannot navigate solemn energy unless we're holding ourselves sacredly, right? Because when we're holding ourselves sacredly and we feel solemn energy, it allows us to get things done. It feels productive. It feels nourishing. It feels reinforcing. But when we're working through this space and we've got a lot of trauma and we work through that solemnity, trauma doesn't know what solemn means, because trauma is so worried that they hear quietude, and it feels like the anxiety of wanting to fill the quiet with more trauma that's occurring. Don't let yourself be affected by it. I keep on hearing, assume everything's fine unless you hear otherwise. Everybody's going through this retrograde right now. And it's requiring, I keep on hearing, it does not require the energy of holding one's breath. It requires the energy of getting something done. And I feel like, I can see, and the hard part about that, and this is why I keep on saying, if you're going through this energy and you've done your shadow work effectively, it's not so bad. And I'm going to say this again, shadow work effectively is just working through, it's just doing the work on ourselves to navigate our own feelings of insecurity, right? I know it's a spooky word, but it's really not that bad. It's what we do. And the more that we're able to navigate through our own energetic insecurity, allows us the ability to recognize like what it is that we're working on doing better, right? Versus what it is that we're working to let go and heal from. And I feel like the thing I keep on seeing, and I just keep on getting the same message as like, because I feel like I see you like having, like, I feel like I see you like working through some kind of modality of breakthrough. And I keep on getting that when we're working through a modality of, like, when we're working through a breakthrough point, I want you to just be pragmatic in relationality. I mean, the answer, it's funny because you just put the question. I was about to answer the question. The answer is pragmatism. I keep on seeing, like, I just keep on hearing pragmatism is just addressing, it's just doing it's doing the best thing. And then doing the best thing. And then doing the best thing. And if somebody's in your, and like, and if energy's in their feelings, because you're just doing everything you can to do something as effectively as possible. Like I keep on seeing, like, don't let yourself get twisted up in the fact that somebody's feeling that way. Just allow it. I keep on hearing, allow it to reinforce and guide the direction of your actions. Because I keep on hearing healthy energy adores pragmatism. Healthy energy adores pragmatism. When we see pragmatism in one another, it is the most beautiful gift that we could possibly find, because it's the space by which I feel like it's the space by which we're able to work through, like, resolving something and not taking things personally, but also being able to identify and recognize what needs to change in order to get something done. So, and I feel like the hardest thing about that right now, like, and I feel like I keep on seeing, especially in relationality to some of the work that I see you doing, is um, I just keep on getting these, like, modalities where, like, I keep on getting one moment, like I keep wondering, like, that's the thing with retrograde, right? Like everything's fine, and then boom, the foreboding, right? There's that Pluto energy back, right? Everything's fine, then boom, foreboding. Oh, and then, but like, here's the thing: you feel the foreboding, you go, it's fine. Like nothing is different. It's just the feeling of foreboding. And oh, look at this, right? And the beat dropped, and I'm walking through it, and it's fine. And it's not the fact that you've done something. I keep wondering, you didn't do anything to make the beat drop. Sometimes the beat just drops. So I feel like there's that modality of you not necessarily being reactive when you start having some of those feelings of energetic foreboding, but almost recognizing that that is literally, I keep on getting, like, that is literally the shape of the energy that we're dealing with. Like we're like, do 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 do, boom. You know what I mean? It's like, do do do, boom. Oh, foreboding. Oh, it's gone now. Right? It's a lot of that. You know, it's like, so just be mindful about that. And I feel like more than anything, don't over internalize, is what I keep on seeing. Don't overly internalize if you feel like that's happening. Do do what feels like it, do what feels like, do what feels encouraging. Do what feels like it's propelling something in a positive direction. Because, and I feel like too, um, I feel like you're articulating about keeping energy with yourself. I don't, I'm not, and I want to just articulate this because you put a question up that I have a little bit of misunderstanding in relationality to what you mean by it. Because you said, keep energy with self and focus on physical, next best thing. I mean, I feel like I don't necessarily understand what you mean by relationality to physical. I think that I feel like the space by which I see that you're navigating something is the space by which I keep on hearing, don't allow another person's foreboding to affect you, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on feeling, I just keep on seeing something about being able to, like, articulate and identify to someone, or helping, or is this almost like potentially helping another person through that, is what I keep on seeing. Are you trying to facilitate somebody, helping somebody through something like that? Because if that is what I keep on getting, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're giving someone the tools they need. When we care about each other, we give each other positive tools, right? But we don't, I keep wondering, we give each other positive tools, but we don't feel the need to do it for each other, is what I keep on seeing. You know, I feel like the thing about that, and I keep on feeling like there is, I do feel like you're going through right now a little bit of an energetic clearing cycle. You know, like I see this, like I see something right now, like I keep wondering, something that would have sent you scrambling in the past. I feel like you almost saying like this feels far too familiar is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like the way, like the thing I keep on now, I feel like the thing I'm seeing in relationality to your own work is just it's saying to me, like, I want you right now utilizing this retrograde to build those plans. I keep on hearing, like, make sure that your schedule is aligned with another person's, is what I keep on seeing. Double checking those dates, I keep on hearing, like, working into the space of understanding, like, what another person can expect from you, but also what they can't expect, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like I keep on hearing healthy energy appreciates our energetic limitations, which is the space by which we articulate and amplify, like what we are energetically available for versus what we feel like we are not. And so I keep on hearing the same message too. You are not cake. You are not cake. Not everybody deserves a slice of you. And typically, when someone starts saying, why do they get that and I get this? That's often the sound of someone not getting anything, is what I keep on hearing, right? When we start comparing our relationships, that is often the sound of the doom of the relationship, because no two relationships are alike. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, that's further articulated with the Six of Cups in its reversal here. You know, you don't have to explain. I keep on hearing, unless they are your partner, unless you are in a committed relationship, you should not feel the need to explain a relationship with someone to anybody. Don't let a friend demand relationship privileges, is what I keep on hearing. Don't let a friend demand relationship privileges. And relationship privileges are the space by which another person says, well, why didn't you run it by me first? We don't run things by, I keep remembering, we don't run things by friends, right? We don't have to, I keep wondering, we don't have to pass go in a friendship to do something. Healthy friendships are about healthy orbits, is what I keep on hearing. It's the space by which we orbit each other. It's not the space by which we I don't know why I keep on hearing this. We shouldn't feel like we should never, if we feel like we're in a friendship, that we have to like run our schedule by the friendship before we do something, that's usually the indicator of a friendship that's moved way beyond the pale in terms of what a friendship should be. So I just keep on hearing, like, just be very conscientious if there's something happening. If there's something happening in the space of weirdness by which another person says, like, why didn't you tell me? And being like, because I didn't have to, is what I keep on hearing. Like, I keep on getting like I keep on hearing we don't have to do anything in friendship. Like I keep on seeing it's like in friendship we amplify and articulate upon positivity. I just don't know why I keep hearing we don't have to ask permission in friendship before we do things, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's almost like you and another person really having to have a conversation in making sure that you're having a healthy conversation on the expectations in a relationship, to make sure that you guys have the same, like you guys have the same expectations in terms of where a relationship can go, and also what it cannot turn into, you know? And I feel like as soon as I started having this reading, like I started getting like a really strong buzzing in my ear, which often speaks upon the fact, like I keep on hearing, like not allowing another person's projections. You know, like I keep on hearing, make sure that you're not having arguments with someone in terms of something that's not happening, which is someone like somebody like building into the context where they're very upset about something, but they won't tell you why, because that's often, I keep on saying, a healthy conversation is something that we can talk about openly It's not something that requires us to have to like suss out what's going on with another person, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, Bryn, for having that reading with me. And if this message, and you'll know, I keep wondering, you'll know you're in the right position when you say to yourself, like, you're open to a healthy conversation, but you're not going to chase after it, because you can't chase after a healthy conversation because it becomes an unhealthy confrontation. It's not polite to insist. It's not polite to insist. It's not polite to demand a conversation. It's not the space by which another person says, if you don't talk to me, we can't. Like, I keep on hearing, an apology does not require anything to be done to receive it. An apology is just freely given. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Brent. And especially if this has to do with somebody trying, I keep wondering, especially if this is somebody who's insisting that they want to make something good with you. You don't get that. Nobody gets that luxury. Nobody, if someone really cares about you, you get to decide you get to tell them what an apology feels like. They don't get to say to you, I think it would be really healthy. You can say to them, I don't. And when we care about each other, we respect each other's wishes. That's the most important. You can't demand someone receive your apology. That is, even then, that is someone being completely led by the ego. Thank you so much for, and I keep on hearing, an apology does not change proximity, which is the space by which you say, that's great. I appreciate you feel that way. You still stay there, is what I keep on hearing. Because it does feel like, it almost feels like you having to navigate a situation with someone clearly. Like I keep on hearing, sometimes when someone articulates the fact that they have a boundary issue, agreeing to talk to them just further escalates the lack of the boundary. It's almost like it's like it doesn't fix it, it makes it worse. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Brennan. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. I've got 3 spots available today if you'd like to get on the list. You'll also be the second person read for today. Ooh, we got to 50K. Excellent. Excellent. All right, I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments before we continue. Dada, thank you so much for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. How are you doing today, Ava? Yes. No, I meant not absorbing other people's energy, but focus on physically taking action forward. Yes, exactly. I feel like, I like to point, you can observe someone's emotions, but not absorb them, right? You're so welcome. All right, we're going to continue right now. We're going to do the 50K giveaway. And in the meantime, if anyone, I'm going to think of a number. Thank you guys for helping us get to that benchmark. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 41. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes, oh, Julia, you got it. Congratulations. That was fast. All right, we'll do that again when we get to 100K. All right, the next person we're reading for today, and Ashley, thank you for getting on the list. Julia, that reading will be available to you tomorrow. And we've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. All right, the next person, and again, just a reminder, if anybody would like to get on the list, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are doing here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and mediumship. Also, if you are a subscriber who would like access to our subscriber-only disco, go ahead and send me a disco gift. I'll be happy to add you. If you would like a, whoops, oh, Jeezu. Hold on a minute. If you would like a, if you would like a link to our retreat, where you will hear me say many more words in Italian, you can go ahead and message me the word trip, and I'll be happy to send you information on that trip. And if you would like a discount code on the tarot if you would like a discount code. This is what happens when I have too many cards on the table here. All right, and if you would like a discount code to our tarot class subscription program, just message me the word class. I need to go grab a towel. I'll be back in a second and we will continue the reading. The next person on the list for today is Alexandra. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? I feel like this is relevant to your reading. I'll be back. One second. I'll be ready in a sec. Okay. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right. And we're back. All right. Oh, man. I gotta tell you, like, I gotta stress the one thing one thing that does bother me with like Mercury and Sag is I have been dropping things like that like crazy. All right. Okay. Perfect. Boom, boom. Where were we? Oh, hold on a minute. Guys, just a reminder that true readers don't ask you to message them for readings. Apologies about that. All right, where were we? I knew it. I wonder if my reading is next because something fell. Oh, I knew you did. It has, you know what? It's your guide. We've been waiting for you, user. You keep disappearing. Okay, you're next. Okay, just stick around for a minute. We've been looking for you. Okay. Alexandra, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? You know what's also wild? You know what's wild, Alexandra? The place where we keep the videos froze. The place where we keep the videos like straight up froze. Oh, Julia, you want to claim that? I got you, dear. Hold on a moment. Did you get it yesterday too? You did not. You did. Look at you. Wow. I'm impressed. Like Hypno Frog. All right. Hold on a minute. All right. All right. We've got one more spot today. Finishing this. Oh. Okay. I literally can relate. Yeah, I can literally relate into the frozen aspect. No, I'm telling you, like, this is wild. Like, I'm literally looking right now. I'm looking right now at the place where we keep the photos. It completely froze up the minute that happened. What's going on with this reading, man? Hold on. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Ooh, that sounds like fun. This is so relevant. Oh my gosh. Okay. Guys, you're never going to believe this. Okay. Before we continue right now, we're going to do an animal spirit guide. Yeah, I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9. You guys are going to crack up when you read this, guys. This is going to be hilarious. 10, 9, 8. You owe me a cup of coffee. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird. Okay. Oh my gosh. And I'm gonna pin up Alexandra here. My job is a bartender. I'm genuinely excited about this opportunity because I've seen how freely people get to be themselves. It honestly felt like a prayer answered when I asked for authenticity in a job. Even a coworker told me to bring my cards. I've already been brainstorming fun ideas to help people start their practices, create exposure, give me a space to share my own passions too. Now, the current reality. I feel like in this particular place of employment, I've been in a work situation ship. You said this was outside tea, right? Okay, good. Okay. I've been in a situation ship since hire. Everyone is kind and they seem to really like me. Yet I haven't been prioritized compared to another newcomer. I think they came second, but I've only had about 10 scattered training hours in the entire month. From what I've seen, managers and coworkers struggle to communicate and coordinate training, like coworkers not even expecting me until I walk through the door. I don't want to overstep, but I also don't want to set myself up for failure by staying too passive. How do I balance this without stepping on toes or overpowering the people in charge? And additionally, I'm curious on how I'm currently perceived at this time. I would like to understand what is going on beneath the surface. Got it. Yep. Yep. I got it. Mhm. They're not giving you any training because they have their faith in you. The attention, I need to point this out, clean up on aisle 4 energy, right? They're saying to me, like the energy that's being upon, I feel like you're seeing someone that you think that they're doting upon, but actually there's a lot of anxiety around, is what I keep on seeing. Like I see a lot of like whatever that energy is like, I feel like that I keep on hearing, it's like energy that's like going like this. That's why the cups fell, right? Because I keep on hearing the modality or the experience by which another person effectively needs assistance. I almost feel like there's something about that I know that, and this is a continuation on the reading that you had before. I keep on hearing like the compliment in being ignored is the energy that articulates relief, because they feel that, like I keep on hearing, they don't want to overstep on you. I feel like they intuitively feel like you might know what you're doing. Now the circumstance upon this is, and I keep on hearing, I know it sounds weird, but I keep on hearing, take the lack of attention as the highest compliment. Because I keep on seeing, you don't, when a chef comes into the kitchen, right? You don't stand over their shoulder and say, listen, you could really be chopping those carrots better. It's something about what you bring to the table. I told you that finesse energy, where somebody may potentially feel a little unsure about how to effectively approach you. So it does say that you're going to have to lead the charge in relationality to making sure that you're on the right page about things. And the things I keep on seeing with that is potentially, I keep on seeing, come with a laundry list, right? Which is not the space, like the way you're going to fix this is not the space by which you go up to someone and say, hey, why aren't you training me? But saying to another person, hey, can I run a few things by you that I need some clarity on, right? Do you think you and I can sit down for a few minutes so I can ask you some questions on some things I feel like I am missing, right? Because that, I keep on hearing, like the way that you navigate that, I keep on seeing, it's the ability by which, I don't know why, I feel like there's something about that where they're already identifying the fact that something about what you're doing, you already hold some kind of leadership potential. Because I keep on seeing the fact that, like I keep on hearing, like the fact that you're like working through something and not, like I keep on hearing, and not needing to be, like I keep on hearing, like the space by which you're not necessarily needing to be kind of carried through. You know what I mean? Like you're not necessarily needing to be carried through the modality of working through something, but rather kind of like I see like being able to articulate upon the best way to energetically do something, or upon the way that you're able to articulate and identify how you're effectively like working. Like I feel like it's almost like I feel like, and I kind of see this, I don't know if you have experience in this before. I can't, I'm gonna guarantee you, I'm gonna tell you exactly, like, I'm gonna tell you exactly the shape of a conversation where I can almost see somebody, you saying to someone, I haven't done this before. And another person saying, you've got, like, are you, like, no, I almost feel like somebody feels completely invested in the fact that you, like, I keep on hearing, like, somebody feels completely invested in the fact that you've got an energetic hang upon something. So, I feel like even in the space by which you observe or recognize or say to another person, hey, like, I saw, like, almost you saying to somebody else, like, I saw somebody being walked through something, and I would love to have that same walkthrough. Or, I've got a few, I've got a few questions by which I'm hoping to get more clarity in terms of like a process. I feel like that ability or that experience by which you're able to amplify and articulate to another person. I keep on saying, facilitate the conversation, not by saying, hey, what's happening here? Like, don't come into the modality of comparing something and saying, why are they getting that? And why am I getting this? But almost amplifying and articulating. I keep on seeing the space by which you're able to effectively say, like, this, like, I keep on hearing, like, think about the fact that you're energetically freestyling right now, is what I keep on seeing. And when I keep on hearing, when you're freestyling, it's almost like the space, like, I almost see, like, being able to say, like, oh, like, this is how I do something, and oh, like, this is what I think we could do better. Like, I feel like it's almost like the deliverance point in that. I feel like the deliverance point in that is the ability for you to say, and I keep on hearing, even in that conversation, you can say, listen, I have noticed a few things. I was wondering if you might be open to some feedback, right? And I keep on seeing, like, the space by which you say, and I keep on hearing, you'll be able to know, right? Like, that modality or the space by which you literally, I keep on hearing, that's how you approach the conversation. You don't say, why isn't this here? You say, would you be open to some feedback in terms of how, like, I've been navigating something? Or even potentially saying to another person, as I'm getting the hang of this, can we schedule some check-ins? Can we schedule, some touch points, just so I make sure that you and I are on the same page? That way you can almost say to someone, I don't want to feel like I'm pestering you, but I also want to make sure that we're securing time on the day in order to, like, identify what one needs, and also to be able to facilitate upon that effectively. Because I keep on hearing, the thing about it is, I keep on getting the same message, which is, if there's something about a hands-off approach, if you're observing something where you don't have a lot of hands around you and another person does, I keep on seeing it's because I keep on feeling like, I keep on hearing, it's the highest compliment, because it's almost like the energy saying that they don't want to deem, like, I told you, it's like that aura effect that I was talking about. Somebody that doesn't want to deem to feel like they're stepping on your toes. Because I almost feel like, I don't know why, I feel like if you haven't done this before, it's almost like you're giving some kind of vibe, like you've done this. Like, I feel like, you're giving, like, something about your vibe. Like, something about your vibe is just giving off the fact that this isn't your first rodeo, is what I keep on seeing. It's like, there's like a lot of there's a lot of that energy there. Um, can I get bottom of the deck on this? And I'm just going to kind of show you. I'm going to show you two bottoms of the deck. Yeah, like, this is you, okay, and this is them. And so you see this energy. The funny thing about it, I love this card. I love this Three of Wands, because their legs are sticks, but they've got sea legs. right? So it's like, and I keep on seeing, like, I feel like there's something about this where somebody, like, I feel like they feel, like it's saying to me that there's something about that energy. Like, I don't know if you told them, like, I don't know if you have experience in this, but I almost feel like something about the confidence, something about the way that you're doing something. Sometimes our confidence creates an aura effect in the space by which another person feels intimidated to help us with things, because it's the space by which, like, I keep on hearing, like, you just kind of get to it, right? When you're not like I keep on hearing, you're not like looking around like a wounded deer. Like you're not going like this. Like the fact by which you might be kind of like having something that feels a little bit more grounded. I feel like I feel like that's effectively the kind of energy that you're bringing to a situation. You're bringing some kind of grounded energy, which I keep on seeing as a relief. But I almost see like the energy, like I see the energy that's not telling you how to do something because they're worried about, like, they don't want to step on your toes. And so I feel like it's almost like the space by which by I keep wondering, you cultivating an environment that you say to another person, can we just have like, I think it would be good for us. I know that there's a lot of things happening right now, but I think it would be good for us just to have like a check-in to make sure that, there's something that you couldn't be doing better, or also something that you could effectively articulate that you need. Like, I feel like this is you kind of like, I remember I said somebody looking at you with leadership potential. This is almost like the energy that is amplifying and articulating to you effectively. Like, I feel like this is like, I feel like I see somebody else who's like much more in a space by which I feel like it's like, I almost feel like I keep on getting, it's like the reason I feel like there's something about them like not showing you something because they're considering you for something else in a good way, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I just got confirmation on that. You know what I mean? Like, it's giving, I keep on hearing it, it's giving some kind of energy of not getting comfortable in the best way possible. So I keep on seeing like something about, like I said, something about you doing the work to effectively facilitate. I keep on hearing like lead the charge. And I keep on hearing you can lead the charge not by becoming bossy. I keep on hearing you lead the charge by asking the right questions, which is effectively identifying and articulating, like being able to say, like, can I grab you for a second? Can I ask you a few questions? I'm missing a few things that I need. So I feel like let the word, let the word facilitate help you as you navigate that, because I keep on hearing there's something, don't take it personally, take it as the highest compliment, is all I keep on hearing. And I think it's funny too, because like, and again, like it's funny because like, and it's just so wild that like I said, the cup falling off the table at the same time that you were having, like, you asked that question. Like, it's almost like the type of energy that says, like, it's like the kind of energy that you bring to something that says, if there's a problem, you'll let me know, right? Like, the difference between someone saying I don't know what to do versus you kind of giving the energy of being like, if there's like, if there's a problem, like, let me know, because that's like, I feel like, again, somebody is like, somebody doesn't want to, I don't know why, it's like somebody doesn't want to feel like they're infantilizing you, is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I see the energy, and that's what I keep on seeing. So make sure, like, and I keep on hearing, like, and I feel like the answer to the problem is saying, like, look, can we schedule some check-ins? Make sure that things are moving effectively. I keep on hearing everything you need to know about the situation will be amplified and articulated by how another person receives that conversation. So I feel like, again, like, especially, and I keep on hearing like, and I feel like, again, and I feel like the way that you avoid stepping on toes is by saying to another person, I'm not trying to step on toes, right? Like, that in itself, to a certain extent, because like, there's something, I just keep on seeing it. It doesn't, it, like, if it's any consolation, personal. It feels more like they're investing, like they're putting the energy like where they feel somebody needs it the most. But I keep wondering, that's why the fact that they're not exerting that energy on you is like in such a way that they feel like you'll not on it, or you already do, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're facilitating those conversations. And I keep on saying, like, I keep on hearing, you're not going to be stepping on any toes in the modality by which you say, and I keep on hearing, confident energy loves questions, because confident energy is that questions, questions are given by someone who's trying to do something in the best way possible. So make sure that you kind of say that, like, I want to ask you some questions so that I can make sure I'm doing my job the best way I possibly can. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I've got one more spot on the list today before the list will be closed. The next person on the list today will be Ashley. Ashley, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, you're doing great today, Julia. This sings, Elk. Yep, sounds amazing. I'm thinking, yeah, exactly. I was thinking that too. That's great. Thank you, dear. The freezing of things seems valid for this with what you are seeing with communication. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Good. So true. We are both, oh, you're both named that. That's wild. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't want to pester, but also feeling a bit anxious. So, and I feel like that's what I keep on seeing, like being able to articulate to another and say, like, hey, can I ask you some questions? Can we make sure that we're on the same page? And I feel like you like almost saying, like, can we schedule some time to be able to kind of check in this way? You know? Yeah, that is interesting. I feel like the ancestral thing that I'm seeing related to something here is, I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, I would not be surprised if you have a conversation with someone and somebody says, I thought that you've, like, I almost feel like somebody misunderstanding and being like, I thought you had oh, somebody, it's just something about the way you're carrying yourself, being like, yeah, feeling like somebody feels like you know it like the back of your hand, even if you don't, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, your brain's already wanting to help them grow. Yep. You're so welcome, dear. Hi, Ash. Okay, absolutely. Oh, actually, apologies. The next person on the list is User. So we've got User and then we've got Ash. Yep, you're next. Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, User? And while we wait for User's question, let's do an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. User, second call right now for your question. Second call right now for your question. Got you. Excellent. All right. Where were we? All right. We've got it here. We're doing an angelic guidance, please, for User. Can I please get 4 cards? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. And I'm going to pin up User here, guys. Make sure to give them some love. We are also at 58.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. I feel like there's, how do I describe this? So there's something I'm seeing. Like, I feel like there's something I'm seeing right now in relationality to, how do I describe this? I'm trying to find the best words to put it. I'm trying to find the best way to put it into words. Um, our our energetic. I feel like there's something that I see that you're doing right now that requires. It's like it requires patience. And the thing about, like, I keep on saying, like, the space of working through patience is, like, very much about. I keep on hearing, like, there's something about you doing work in terms of becoming coming into a healthier relationship with the energy of repose, is what I keep on seeing. And the energy of repose, and it's interesting because like, repose energy is something that, how do I describe this best? Um, Repose energy is bringing it's bringing the intention into a circumstance or situation that you hope another person will equally share with you. And I feel like it's really hard because, the thing about it is, like, I see an angelic, guide near you. And the the thing with the angelic guide that I'm recognizing that's by you is that they have very little patience. It's ironic. They have very little patience, um, when it comes to, like, they have very little patience when it comes to, um, the energetic demands of others, is what I keep on seeing. We don't I keep on hearing, we don't demand things, we ask for things. We don't like we don't get into it. And I feel like, and this is, like, it's interesting because this is the type of message that can sometimes feel really difficult to navigate, because, you know the modality by which, the experience by which we navigate others often has to require us to just, I keep on hearing, we meet others where they are. We meet others where they are, and we don't force others to be where they don't desire to be, is all I keep on seeing. But, and I feel like often those modalities or those experiences, and I feel like there's something to be said, and this has been a continuation of something I've seen that's been coming up a lot, specifically, in a lot of the readings today, which is, like, when we start comparing relationships, we often destroy the relationship. We never get into the space of saying, you're just like them, because that is the song of us projecting, right? And what often happens in those experiences by which another person says, you're just like them, the person that's experiencing it knows that they're not like them. But it's often the replication of another person that wants to relive a trauma so badly that they will effectively look at others, and they'll try to articulate, they'll try to compare, because when they're trying to compare, it's almost like they're asking for us to become like that person more, because they're not done living out the trauma that they never resolved with them. And often when we experience that, this can, as I said, it sometimes creates that fundamental moment by which a relationship is forever changed. Because that experience, like when we realize that, when we recognize that, when someone says you're just like them and we know ourselves not to be, we often recognize that another person hasn't gotten over something, because it's the space by which they're literally, like, that's the sound of someone trying to summon the past back into a relationship. And it can often create those modalities or those experiences by which another person doesn't feel like they're being seen. They're not feeling that they're truly seen, because they feel more like a stand-in for another person's trauma to replay, rather than being accepted for the person that they are. I feel like I had to bring that forth to you, because I don't know if that's something that's actively been happening to you right now. But I keep on seeing this is why it's never okay. This is why there's never any context by which it's okay to say you're just like them. We are not, none of us are like anyone. We are all unique. But often when someone is still in the space of actively healing from trauma, the inclination to see that trauma will often damage and destroy what it is they're trying to create, because in the modality or in the moment by which they compare what they have to the present versus the past, you recognize that they haven't let go of it, because they're not looking at the past as something they're healing from, but they're looking at the past as some kind of standard by which everything must be compared, never giving clarity as to why they don't have it. And that's why often those who hold the past as the standard always lose the present. And then they pedestalize the past that they lost. Why did they lose the past? Because they were pedestalizing the last past, right? The pedestalization of the past destroys the present. And then it's the space by which another person then looks at the past that they destroyed, because they would not let go of the past, as the standard. And the cycle repeats itself ad infinitum. The way we heal from that is not by allowing the past, not allowing ourselves to live in the past, but rather to understand the gift that the present is. Because I keep on seeing, and I feel like this is really important right now to your healing journey, because I keep on seeing you've got a very, very strong angelic guide around you. And this angelic guide does not mess around. This angelic guide does not rest. This is the angelic guide. Like, this is the angelic guide that not to, like, I'm not saying that in like a negative way, but I'm saying that in the way by which it's like I see, like, it's like the energy that articulates and says, like, like I'm here. Like, it's the energy that says you need to release. Like, it's the energy that says you need to let that go, because it's the energy that articulates and says, like, don't let, I keep on hearing, don't let hanging on to something from the past that wasn't okay, but that it's hard to let go of, ruin, like the beautiful promise of what could be before you, if you're able to effectively identify and recognize. And I keep on seeing, like not allowing oneself to be triggered, but almost observing why you are. And here's the thing, respecting the fact that you have the trigger, but then not letting the trigger get the best of you is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Seven of Cups in its upright, don't match energy. Please don't match energy. I can't stress how matching energy is like the worst thing you can possibly do. Because all you do when you match energy is you let someone know they can get the better of you. Like, that's all you prove. It's not a victory to match energy with someone. And energy will match energy with someone, be like, I'll show them. Yeah, you showed them that they can get you to do literally anything. Congratulations. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, hooray. You did not, like, it's not a bravery thing, right? the modality, when somebody tries to trigger us, we remember who we are, right? And I feel like that can sometimes feel difficult, right? It can sometimes feel like, and I feel like, again, this is how we heal from bullying energy, right? I like to point out a bully will not necessarily, like a bully can come towards you and they won't be like, I'm bigger than you. They'll be like, oh, I guess you're weak. Right? Like, I guess you're weak. Right? Like bullies can be provocative too. Like they can be in that space of being like, like it's like, being conscientious of someone, like someone who tries to say something like as an aside, and then you being like, what did you say? Right? And I keep on hearing like the reason we let things like that slide is because somebody, like the minute, like I keep wondering, like somebody says something as an aside and then you react to it, and there you go. Like someone's like, ta-da, it's like, it's a lot of that type of energy. So it's like, I feel like this is kind of like the path work by which it's like, you like let them, like somebody says something, that's not true about yourself, be like, sure. You know yourself, you know what I mean? Like that's what we effectively identify and navigate, right? And sometimes, like, listen, here's the thing about it. When someone projects on us, often the space by which we argue with it, like it just empowers them more. So I feel like it's kind of allowing the context of being able to appreciate how far you've come, or the work that you've, like what you've been doing, or how you've been working to change or resolve things. And I keep on hearing it doesn't require, like, it doesn't require I keep wondering, it doesn't require, your healing journey does not require other people's buy-in, right? You don't need to articulate that you're on one. And often the energy, that will like, come into the space of poking fun upon it, that's exactly why we're healing. Like that's exactly like I have identified the source of what I'm working to heal from. So just kind of allow it to help you like find that productivity, even as you're working through those situations or circumstances. Like I feel like it's almost like you having to navigate like some kind of like no, it feels like the type of energy that like articulates, and that's like the funny thing is, it's like it feels like you're navigating some kind of know better energy, but like the angelic guide beside you, like they know better. It's like 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 they're like they know, is what I keep on seeing. Like it's like working through that. It's like check your sources is what I keep on hearing, and from the angelic guide, which is saying like when someone says trust me, being like, well, can you please articulate or amplify? Like, I like this. It's like the angelic guide is saying like not trust me. It's saying trust your sources, which is like working through things in a way that articulates, that says like understand why somebody would say something, right? It's being like they said, be like that's interesting. Why do you think they would say that? You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing like finish the formula is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, user. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. The next person on the list for today is Ashley. Ashley, if you're here, I was actually going to ask if Ashley or Julia would be willing to be able to be moved to tomorrow. Can you guys let me know? If so, I'd be happy to give you another card. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Okay. And I've got you, Ashley. We're doing a general. Perfect. Yes, it's disempowering. Absolutely. Okay. I wasn't sure it was the case, but it seems like this person already has made up an idea. That's so true. Big protection. I see. I'll definitely try my best to release comparison in any aspect. I see. That'll bug them. Yeah, it's cool. I have to keep an open mind. You're welcome, dear. I really appreciate that, Ashley. Thank you. All right, the next person for today is Julia. Julia, I got you. I would love to tomorrow. No, it's okay. If you can't do tomorrow, that's okay. And Ashley, I'll definitely be giving you extra cards tomorrow. Julia, can you let me know? Yep. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Julia's question, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. All right. Highest and best guidance regarding, I got you, dear, 1 second. Okay. Highest and best regarding the contract, got you. And meeting regarding, hold on a minute. Beautiful, okay. Can I please get 4 cards, please? 4 cards for Julia. And 2 more, please. I mean, the cards I'm seeing right now, I mean, these feel very positive. You know? I feel like the important thing to make sure that you're like recognizing or working through is I keep on hearing, make sure that there's clear understanding as it relates to time commitment, is what I keep on seeing. Because this is like I've got something here and it feels incredibly, it feels incredibly productive. But I feel like there's almost like, I feel like the conversation that you want to make sure that you're having with another person is in relationality in terms of like navigating the day to day or how that feels. I'm also going to reciprocate. I'm also going to, I think I've said this before. I feel like being able to be put in contact, like being able to be put in contact with someone else who has already secured something with this group is going to be helpful, because I keep on seeing like they're going to give you, I keep on hearing they're going to give you firsthand experience in terms of like managing or setting reasonable expectations, in terms of, I keep on hearing like in terms of what that day-to-day looks like. So like I said, I keep on hearing it's okay, like it's absolutely okay to ask somebody for references. It's absolutely okay to articulate to another person the desire to be able to kind of go out for a cup of coffee, or the desire to kind of like pick someone's brain in relationality to like what the energetic obligation is. Because I keep on seeing, like I feel like there's something, like I feel like there's something, like I feel like making sure that you're asking the questions beforehand. I also feel like, I don't know why I keep on hearing like having some kind of conversations about blockout dates is what I keep on hearing. I don't know why I keep on hearing the word blockout dates. So potentially, if you know, I keep on hearing if there are days that you know that you will never be available, having a conversation with them about what happens in the experience of the fact that you need to block out dates, to see how that is navigated, or if that is something that I said is approachable. Or even I keep on hearing the amount of time they give you to energetically prepare before they need you. Remember how I said reading into something, I kept on picking up a lot of doctor energy. So I feel like the modality by which, like I keep on seeing like the energy by which you felt like you were on call, like almost saying to them, like, is that something that gets mitigated? Is that something that you'll be able to know that there is a window of time that they will give you to prepare for something? Or is this a situation by which like you just have to constantly be in a persistent state of anticipation, knowing that in a single moment you might be energetically called upon? That is the biggest thing I see. to make sure that you're navigating and articulating with this contract is I keep on hearing, making sure, like understanding the meaning of a moment's notice, and making sure I keep on hearing a moment's, like articulating upon a moment's notice that feels reasonable is what I keep on saying. A moment's notice that feels reasonable, like the reasonable notice, like I keep on hearing even a moment's notice gives you time to prepare, right? Is what I keep on saying. Like the difference between someone saying 48 hours to I need you in 45 minutes is the difference between being able to kind of build a schedule by which you know that you'll always have a bit of a window before you're effectively needed, and you can even accommodate for that, versus the feeling of having to kind of, like I said, like have a bag with you at all times in case you're, like I keep on hearing, in case you're energetically called upon. So make sure that there's clear, I keep on hearing, like, don't leave that up to fate. Make sure that that's very clearly indicated in whatever you are creating with another person. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I said, I keep on seeing, like, it's like, I feel like the hardest thing to navigate is the conversation on lead time or how quickly you have to be ready to go somewhere. So I feel like I keep on hearing, don't feel silly. I keep on hearing, don't feel silly asking those questions. Don't feel silly saying to someone, how much time, like, what is, I keep on hearing, what is I keep on hearing, like, what is the least, like, I would like almost saying to someone, I would like a buffer in relationality to how much time. I keep on hearing how much time you have to give an answer in relationality to when something is available, but also how much time they are contractually must give you in order to prepare to be able to go somewhere. I also see something about discretionary expenditures, having a conversation with them about that as well. So being able to say, what happens if I need X, Y, and Z, and to see how that feeds into, I keep hearing how that potentially feeds into that bigger, I keep wondering how that feeds into that bigger number, or how that effectively like works through something is what I keep on seeing. I keep wondering, there are no silly questions. And I keep on seeing a situation where I'm like, don't bite your tongue. I keep on hearing, write them all down, because I keep on seeing like the space by which you articulate something that's silly, that helps you see something and be able to be clear in terms of like what the obligation is. I keep on seeing is like, I keep wondering, it's the difference. I keep wondering, it'll be the difference between you feeling like you're on, like you're, I keep wondering the different, like I said, moving out of that doctor energy is what I keep on seeing, and more into therapist energy, which is like, I keep wondering, like a doctor, I keep wondering, like a doctor is emergency. A therapist is, can I see you on Tuesday? Is what I keep on hearing. That's what you want to make sure that you're building into, right? Not mayday. Like the energy that says like, yes, this is what you can expect, and this is what will be energetically reasonable, and this is how much time we'll give you, and this is what we'll get. And I even see like potentially, even if they need, I keep on hearing, even in the space by which they need you quicker, that like having something by which that price point rises, right? Like recognizing like that is the cost. I keep hearing like that is the energetic cost of you having to drop everything. So almost like saying to someone, this is the cost of what it will cost. This is how much it will cost if you ever ask me to drop everything, which is the space by which you say, and I keep on hearing, you can say to someone, yes, I am totally happy to do it, but this is what it's going to take to get there. So make sure that you're articulating that, not saying that you won't, but saying, if I do that, this is what it, like, this is what you're going to have to be energetically compensating me in the space by which they have to move you into doctor energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And congratulations. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is now closed. We are going to be moving into one-card readings for subscribers. But before you do so, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. If you're a subscriber, go ahead, and who has not had a card pulled today, put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, hit that subscribe button at the top of the screen, and your superfan status will make you eligible for a one card. I was going to say that. I was trying to look at them. Yes. Yep. Yes, if you don't get off, if you don't get an off switch, then it's work without boundaries. Yes, I don't like that crazy energy. So that's why I keep on seeing. Make sure that you're amplifying that. Yes, nothing wrong with established expectations. You're welcome, dear. Can I pull one card for their true feelings about the conversation yesterday for good? I feel like they're not used to someone being so honest. And frankly, it feels like a relief, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, Knight of Wands. I feel like I see somebody who feels a little mortified in terms of how they came across, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide, thank you for telling me. You've given me a lot to think about. I feel like I see somebody potentially wanting to reach out and tell you that they feel like they got off on the wrong foot. Or somebody having somebody having the wrong impression of you, but in like a positive way. One card on finances next year. This feels good. This feels like stability. I don't know if you've been making or working towards changes, but this is saying to me that there's some kind of stability coming towards you, something that feels stable. I keep on hearing like some kind of safety net. I keep on hearing like some kind of opportunity that comes towards you right now. I keep on hearing like allows you to do the things you're doing, but in a more stable fashion. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the hind. Continue working on what you're working on right now. I know it feels like something's not happening. You need to be patient. A lot of things can be happening under the surface. Celestial, one card on T, please. Yeah, the three of man, they realize that there's something they're doing that they need to stop doing. Yeah, this isn't the first time this has happened. I feel like you had a conversation with them, you know? Like I often point out, like I feel like those modalities by which you say like you're just like everybody and being like, well, is everybody are you just like are you just like everybody, or has been everybody trying to get through to them? Animal spirit guide. Are you just like everybody, or has been everybody been trying to get through to them? Right? Someone being like, you're just like being like, oh, so this has happened before. You know what I mean? Like you being like, no, this has happened before. Yes. Yes. One guard, like the energy telling on themselves. All right. One card for partner's intentions toward. Or that's a conversation you're having with somebody, right? It's like almost like being like, it's like when we say you're just like being like, so this has happened before, right? Okay. Jess, hold on, wait, hold on. Yeah, one card for Jess, one card for partner's intentions. I feel like you guys need to make sure you're on the same page. I feel like you need to have a conversation about manifestation goals. And I think even in the space by which you said towards me, lead the conversation. Like, don't wait for them to tell you like what that is. Articulate, like I keep on hearing, like say, like, I'd like to have a conversation to make sure that I know the direction that we're going into. I keep on hearing a healthy conversation always fortifies a good relationship, and it offers protection from an unhealthy one. Yeah, if you have that conversation and someone runs away from it, that is spiritual protection. We always give clarity in terms of what it is that we can energetically expect. And remember, words mean nothing without action. One card for Ava on the individual, please. They're busy. They are completely busy right now. Don't take, I feel like I see somebody, like I keep on hearing like, thank you for your patience on something. Animal spirit, like bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I feel like I see somebody trying to get in a better headspace to talk to you. I keep wondering etherically, or or tangibly. You know, I feel like it almost says to me, animal spirit guide, yeah, with the water dragon, whose emotions are these? I keep on feeling like if you keep on getting the connection point of feeling like something about letting someone down, I keep on seeing like somebody is letting go of the false premise by which they could have changed another person's mind about something, is all I keep on seeing. You know, but I keep on hearing like they're getting there. It's something I keep wondering, like it's never going to go away, but I feel like they can already tell the fact that it's changing shape. It's changing the shape within them, is what I keep on hearing. I don't think like I don't think it's about like I don't think it's about speed there, good. I feel like there's something about like I keep on hearing like just make sure that you're clearly communicating upon something. You're hi there, Jakey. One card on finding purpose. Can I get one card, please, on helping guidance for Susie and helping to find purpose? What are you passionate about? What's important to you? I keep on seeing like I keep on seeing focus on something that feels like it has a lot of meaning. Let that help you find the shape of your purpose. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like especially with the Two of Swords, you know, I almost feel like there's something really important in relationality to, like, I see you having some kind of gift in helping others through their own hurdles. Sometimes this type of gift is hard to see because it's like the gift of conversation or the ability to help another person see with clarity. Animal spirit guide, stag. You'll know that when somebody says, like, I feel so much better after talking to you. Sometimes that's a hidden purpose in communication. Minnie, let me check your one card. Minnie, I'm looking here. I didn't see your question come through. If you could post again, I would appreciate. Oh, there it is. I see it. Hold on. I see it now. No, yeah, I pulled. No, Minnie, I pulled for you. Yeah, you got the Hierophant, which is saying I feel like there's something more stable coming through for you next year. It feels like it's going to give you a good safety net. Hi there, Jakey. How are you doing? You're welcome, Jess. All right, my friends. Final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today. Just a reminder, if you are a super fan who would like access to our disco, you can just message me a disco GIF and I will send you the invitation. Also, if you are interested in a discount on our tarot class program, can you message me the word class and I will send you a discount code. If you are new as a super fan, you can also head over to our super fan only disco channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find a coupon code there. And if you are interested in joining us in our retreat trip to Italy, message me the word trip and I'll send you a link to that information as well. I got you, Denise. One card first for Julia regarding the meeting. Yeah, it feels positive. I feel like you left a good impression on someone. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I feel like I keep on hearing good head on your shoulders. I mean, I feel like the hard thing, I feel like the space by which I feel like I keep on seeing like I feel like it's almost somebody saying like there's a lot of work like attached to this, but I keep on seeing like I feel like I keep on seeing like somebody who feels like something about the conversation they had with you is like understanding. I keep on hearing like understanding how hard this is or how much it can sometimes like I keep on seeing like taking an energetic toll, like not being worried about someone making comments is what I keep on seeing, you know? Yep, absolutely. No problem. I know, dear. Can I get one card for Denise? Just repeat back what I said. Is what I keep on saying. Sometimes I tell you, like sometimes this energy, this is how like you say something to someone, say, can you please repeat back what I told you to do? I keep on hearing energy that's impacted by this appreciates reaffirmation. Like that's the thing with these many planets in retrograde. It's like sometimes like I thought you said this, which is saying like, can you just repeat back what I told you to make sure that you and another person are on the same page? Yeah, say that you're doing it for you, right? Being like, I sometimes like almost saying another person, like, I want to like make sure that I wasn't speaking too quickly. So can you just reaffirm what you heard me say? Right, to make sure that you understood the context by which you were articulating something. So I keep on hearing, don't jump to conclusions. Make sure that you reaffirm what it is you're trying to say to one another. Animal spirit guide. Oh, I'm sorry. I owe you, hold on, apologies. Julia, I owe you an animal spirit guide. Yeah, the goose, right? I see like, I feel like somebody does like feels like I feel like I see somebody who feels like there's a lot of potential there, but I feel like it's like almost like I feel like they're hoping that the rigor of it doesn't scare you off. Denise, your animal spirit guide is the snake, right? Like they said, healthy communication is call and response and saying like, can you just reaffirm, can you just repeat what I said back so I make sure that we got the same message, or can you tell me what you experienced from that conversation? You know, like it almost says like potentially having a regroup with someone, because sometimes when we regroup, we recognize things that we did not, like others can give us things that we did not see. You know, filling, it's like gap filling kind of energy. Brianna, these are 1-card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'd be happy to pull a card for you. Final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today. My friends, I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our normal time, 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be on, if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will have an additional card in your reading. Can I get 1 card from for Estevan? Highest source. Keep defying their expectations and keep on not taking things personally. The way you're defying the expectations right now is not like not taking things personally. Water off the back. I know it's frustrating, right? Like it's like I keep on seeing like when I keep on hearing when someone tries to match your energy, raise the bar. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, snake energy, right? I feel like that work, I feel like you've already been, I feel like I'm singing to the choir here. I feel like you're already doing that. Continue to do it, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, right? Don't I feel like, again, don't let energy in their feelings. Like I keep on hearing there's nothing lucky about anything you're doing. There's nothing lucky about anything you're doing. You know that. So don't let somebody hurt you with them articulating upon the fact that there's something lucky about it. Ah, Squidia, it's been a minute. Yeah, can I get 1 card, please? General? I know the past is coming back right now in a lot of ways, but here's the thing about it. Like I keep on saying the nice thing about the past coming back when we're working is we can recognize how much we've changed. Yeah, especially with 7 of Pentacles in its reversal, you know? Like I keep on hearing, we don't dwell on things. We build new horizons, is what I keep on saying. And I keep on hearing, yeah, especially you don't have to receive everyone's apology. I keep on hearing apology does not come with conditions. So you can have an apology and be like, thank you, it's good to hear it. But it doesn't change, it doesn't have to change the nature of a relationship between you and another person, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on hearing, understand, let the apology, like if somebody's trying to come towards you with an apology, I keep on hearing true apologies don't insist on being received. True apologies allow us to accept how we choose to receive it. Sarah, 1 card, please, General, for Sarah. Yeah, I feel like I feel like there's something you're doing right now that's paying off in a big way. So I keep on seeing, like, keep on being the force of energy that you hope to see in the rooms that you're moving into. Bottom of the deck. Don't let that lack, like, don't let your confidence flag, is what I keep on seeing, right? I feel like I keep on seeing, like don't allow that worry, like don't allow that past worry to overtake you in relationality to what you're trying to create right now. Animal spirit guide, the bee, right? I feel like this is you kind of working into a space of productivity. Just do what you can. And I keep on hearing, do what you can and let spirit navigate the rest. Thank you so much, dear. My friends, I want to thank you again for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing your morning and afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.